everyone. We're going to go ahead. All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and open up this workshop. So this isn't a typical workshop. During the course of today, we're going to hear from the different government departments. It's more or less an information session for our tribal citizens and our board, just in regards to the services that we have. So today we're going to hear from Elder Services, Language and Culture Department, Enrollment, Housing, ACFS, Natural Resources, Recreation, and Education. So to start us off, we have Katie Peabody from Elder Services. So Katie, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right, good morning. Thank you for having me. Okay, so the mission of Elder Services is to provide high-quality in-home access and community-based services for tribal elders to assure maximum health and independence. Then there's our beautiful newly updated building. And just a rundown of the various programs that Elder Services provides throughout the service area. Our congregate meal programs are one of our bigger programs. We have 4 meal programs located in Sault Ste. Marie, Hessel, St. Ignace, and Manistee. They provide lunch Monday through Thursday at 11:30. Homebound elders receive fresh meals delivered throughout the week, the day the meal is provided, and those that choose to do so receive frozen meals to enjoy through the weekend. On our team, we have 2 full-time cooks, 5 part-time cooks, 1 meal program aide, and 1 part-time meal delivery driver that prepared, served, and delivered over 25,000 meals this reporting period. And then there's the breakdown of the meals. A good chunk of this funding is provided through our federal Title VI grant money. The Mackinac Island elders have a different dining opportunity. So for tribal elders that live on Mackinac Island, they are sent vouchers twice per year. They get a voucher that they can use, I believe it's on Wednesdays. It's a designated day each week where they can dine at one of these 2 restaurants on the island. They turn the voucher in, and then the restaurant will send us the vouchers and be reimbursed at the end of the month. So from January through June, just over 500 vouchers were used at these restaurants by Mackinac Island elders. The Elder Health Fund is a program that helps supplement any payments that an elder may need to make for dental or optical care after all insurances are billed for care that's provided at any of the Sioux Tribe health facilities. The Elder Health Fund can also be utilized to purchase Lifeline telemedicine units for those elders that live within the service area. And for any elders that are enrolled in the Elder Health Fund, they can use that to purchase durable medical equipment if they live outside the service area. This application is filled out on a yearly basis and is based on income. In the first 6 months of this year, we completed 121 total applications. The total household income. It's based on 150% of the poverty level. Information assistance, we track all the phone calls that come in. Sometimes it's, can I get the number to another department? And others, they have questions about our programs and services. So lots of things that we're happy to help with. We also have loan closets of durable medical equipment that can be used on a temporary basis until they're able to get one from their provider. So in the first 6 months of the year, we loaned out 13 different pieces of medical equipment for people to use in their homes. Our transportation program is another really big part of what we do. We have 1 full-time driver and 3 part-time drivers that cover the 7-county service area. And then we have other team members that step in as well to help get elders to their appointments. It's important to note that we provide rides just to medical appointments, and we're not able to provide transportation after a surgical procedure has been performed. So in the first 6 months of the year, over 540 rides were provided. We also track miles traveled. We have a number of government vehicles. A number of our team members do have to travel quite a bit. So this figure of 127,000 miles traveled, that includes all of the home delivered meals, the home visits, the rides to medical appointments. That includes my travel to all the different elder meetings throughout the service area as well. And one thing that we're able to do for our homebound elders here in the Sioux is provide medication deliveries. So they call and let us know that the prescriptions are ready, and we send the slips in the pharmacy. We pick them up, and then we deliver them that same day. So that's a nice service as well. Our home care and personal services is the provision of in-home assistance with activities of daily living and performance of routine household tasks to maintain an adequate living environment. Both services are provided by our 4 full-time home health technicians that are stationed here in the Sioux, St. Ignace, and Manistee area. And we're proud to partner with Alger, Northwoods, and Arcadia agencies to fill gaps in coverage in our service area. Their services are paid through our UPCAP funding, which is our state grant. So you can see there are a number of home care visits across the service area, and those that are marked show where we get assistance from the outside agencies. And there aren't as many personal care visits. The bulk of what we do are the home care. So for referrals and case management, our registered nurse is very busy. She plays an integral role in our division. She manages all referrals, coordinates the RAMP program, creates schedules for the home care and personal care, and does follow-up assessments on a regular basis in line with industry standards. If what is needed is outside of the scope for elder services, she will then assist the elder and their family with coordination of care with other divisions within Sioux Tribe or in the community. So you can see almost 100 referrals just in the first 6 months of the year across the service area. Then the case management, that's just part of the follow-up that she does, making contact with the elders and their families to ensure they have what they need and see if we need to adjust any of our services. So that's a very high number, too, for one person to maintain. She does a wonderful job. I mentioned the RAMP program. So we have the ability to put up ramps for elders so that they can safely enter and exit their home. We partner with a local tribally owned company. The referral is put in through the nurse, then the prescription is obtained by the provider, and then we work with that company to install the ramps. Now, sometimes they're there on a short-term temporary basis, and sometimes it's a little longer, however long the elder needs it to be able to continue to stay in their home and enter and exit it safely. We do about 4 to 5 ramps each year, and we've done 3 so far this year. The Elder Outreach Program is one of our newer programs, maybe within the last 5-6 years. We have 4 full-time outreach coordinators that cover the 7-county service area, and they assist the elders in a variety of ways. They attend the elder subcommittee meetings in their areas. They coordinate social events, assist with program-related surveys, and help connect the elder with both tribal and non-tribal programs that will assist them in their area, and so much more. The different programs and things that they're able to find to assist elders with paying their bills, getting other assistance that they need is amazing. They're able to find so many different things to help them. In the next slide, you can kind of see the breakdown where the outreach opportunities are happening. So almost 3,000 phone calls, over 1,000 home visits, a lot of emails sent, several applications filled out, a lot of in-person interactions, and then mailings. So mailings might be, when they complete the Elder Health Fund, it's a letter sent home, sent to them explaining what their benefits are. Maybe it's a letter they've asked for more information about the program. We keep track of newly enrolled elders, and so we'll send them letters as well to let them know. And then we have some of our outreach workers that send birthday cards to elders in their service area too, which I love. The elder subcommittees. So there are 10 meetings that happen across the service area each month. And I just want to say, this is a really great way to get information about what's going on in the area, just in the tribe in general. You can find out when events are coming up. There's so many things going on, but attending those meetings is a really great way to find out what might be happening in your area. So this just outlines the different times and dates where the meetings take place. There are a couple groups that don't meet in the winter just because of the travel involved, but in general, we're meeting throughout the year. There are quite a few.
Katie, we have a
Yes.
question.
Yep. No, that's okay.
If elders aren't able to make it to like the meetings and they don't do the elder meal delivery, is there another way that they're able to get like a pamphlet of the services that are going on?
Services like events.
Events, like the different community things that you guys do with the elders?
We can do better at putting things in the newspaper if we know about it, before the deadline. We have been trying to put more things in there. So, but yeah, that's something that we can work on. There's so many things going on.
Yeah.
In so many different ways. So, but we do want to make sure that people know when we have things going on.
Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
Aaron?
When we established the Nokomis Mishomis Place at the beginning, Kathy Abramson was an intern, so this shows you how long ago it was. She was a student, and she created the Elner newsletter. That was one of her tasks. And so we used to pay to send it out, but I don't know if that's feasible anymore. But the newspaper does go to every elder. They're automatically registered. So I think the newspaper would be, I can't speak for them, but they'd probably be willing to dedicate a page. So you could put everything that relates to the elders. It's just, then it's a timing issue.
Right,
So,
right.
but yeah, they'd probably love that.
And anytime I have sent them, they've worked with me really well and have been happy to put things in. So I think that's a really great idea. So thank you. I've seen a couple copies of those newsletters and enjoyed reading them. So the next slide just gives a breakdown of the different numbers of people that attended the meetings. Again, so Nobbin doesn't meet during the winter. A lot of them either hibernate or, head south. So, and they have a really big area. They have to travel to the meeting, and that's a really snowy area. And so I don't blame them for not wanting to travel an hour to go for a meeting. So. But otherwise, pretty good attendance throughout the year. The Elder Advisory Committee is made up of members of each subcommittee. They meet once a month. Again, they don't meet in the winter because of the travel, but they discuss what's going on in their areas as well as bring back information to their community. They also, a big thing that they do and they're very proud of is coordinating the Elder Advisory Committee Scholarship. So there's elders that review the essays that are turned in, and then they vote on which students are the ones that will receive the scholarship for the year. This last year, they decided to double their donation so that they could bless more students with funding. They realized that college is not cheap, and that if they were able to contribute even more, then more students would be able. So this year, we had 12 applicants for that scholarship. And they were able to award 4 $500 scholarships. So that will be in the upcoming newspaper, a write-up of those students that won the scholarship. We're very grateful to receive grant funding to keep our programs going. The big grant is the Title VI Elder Nutrition Grant. This provides a bulk of the funding to keep the meal programs going. We track, meals that we serve, people that visit and send that in, and they base their funding on the numbers that we provide them. The Nutrition Services Incentive Program grant is strictly based on food, buying raw food, and so that number is also based on what we get or what we turn in as far as how many people that we're serving and how many meals that we're making. Those first two grants run on a 3-year cycle with funding renewed, every year. It's broken down, but we have to reapply every 3 years to get the grant. And then the third and fourth.
Katie, if you don't mind pausing for
Yep.
just a second. Ashley has a question.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
getting
fine.
used
I'm
to
glad
the
you're asking
elder services,
questions.
So it's not something I know a lot about. And so when they do the meals, is there somebody that looks at, like, if somebody has, I don't know, an allergy or like certain dietary restrictions? Is that like a,
So for the home delivered meals, when the registered nurse does the intake to see if they qualify, she would ask those questions. And typically, we do our best, but it's the same meal is made. So we do, if we have people that don't care for certain items, we just know, they would rather not have a meal delivered that day. But we do try to track the menu so there aren't, if someone doesn't like tomatoes, that for a whole week it's not tomato-based foods, if that makes sense. So, but in-house, both areas, we do surveys, satisfaction surveys to see how things, people are liking the meals or if they have suggestions for different things that they would like to try. We do try to accommodate. You're welcome. So the other two grants that we have are, again, I talked about this a little bit. So this is the funding through UPCAP where they're able to support sending team members from their agencies to provide the in-home care and the personal care to elders in areas where we don't have people stationed. So like Newberry, Marquette, Escanaba, Manistee, some in Munising as well. And so they provide that care. We're grateful for that funding too. That's another 3-year grant. Any questions on the grants?
Not seeing any questions.
So some upcoming and ongoing projects. We just want to continue to support program opportunities throughout the service area. When the pandemic hit, a lot of people didn't want to go out and do things, so we've just really been trying to encourage people to come out and do more things. Grateful to have those recreation funds and just really trying to encourage the different elder groups to go, to utilize those funds and go and do different things with that. We're grateful for the mobility buses to help, and I do have a handful of team members that have their chauffeur license. We have directors that have their licenses that have helped transport and are willing to assist with getting elders to and from different places. So our goal is to just continue to offer more of those programs. And then just recently, thanks to the passing of a new budget, just been working on offering more congregate meal opportunities. So in those areas where we don't have a meal program, just incrementally adding more meals throughout the service area so the elders have more opportunities to gather and share a meal together. The end goal, in a year or two, is having meal programs set up in Marquette and Escanaba. So thank you again for your support for that new budget. Another thing that we work on with the elders is offering opportunities for supplemental insurance and estate planning education. So there have been a couple of attorneys from Michigan Indian Legal Services that have been traveling to the meetings, sharing of the different services that they can provide, estate planning, wills, ladybird deeds, different things like that. And there have been a number of elders that they have been able to help with that. And then just inviting a number of different insurance agents to make elders aware of the supplemental programs that are offered to them and different ways that they can help them maximize the health care that they need. Some facility updates. So if you've been in our building just down the road here, anytime in the last couple of months, you can tell that we've definitely been under some renovations and things are coming along nicely. There's new flooring throughout the building. The bathrooms have received some much-needed upgrades now where they're ADA and handicap accessible. The men's room should be wrapping up this week. The storage sheds in the back have been painted to match the building. Drywall and paint touch-ups, and we're looking forward to upgrades in our lobby and desk area. So I think it's just been a while since some of that's been done, and we're grateful for the updates that we've been able to have. And then just the last couple slides are different pictures of our elders doing different things, you know, planting flowers to make the outside of our building look nice. We do bingos once a month in the Sioux, once a month in Marquette and Escanaba, and these are recreational bingos, not the super cool fundraising bingo that the Manistee elders are rocking and rolling with. The elders like to participate in things like Orange Shirt Day, the wearing red to honor the missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, purple for elder abuse awareness. They're proud to participate in those activities. On the next slide, yep, we've been proud to partner with Lake State has just started doing clinicals again, and so we are part of their community health rotation. And last semester, we had a number of nursing students rotate through and spend the day with our registered nurse to learn more about our program and different ways that you know, nursing can look in the community. And then they have to do poster projects, so, you know, they've shared their knowledge with the elders, and they're a captive audience, and they enjoyed interacting with the nursing students. So we have 9 scheduled to come this semester, and we're looking forward to having them back. It's a great learning opportunity. And then they're all done now, but this summer we had 3 different WIOA program summer interns. So we had 2 in the Sioux. We had 1 working up front and then 1 working in the kitchen, and we enjoyed having them. And then the little cuties in the corner in Hessel. So Harley is the student worker, and that's her grandma Cora, who is an elder worker in the same program. So this is the second summer that they've worked together in our Hessel meal program, and I can't think of a better way to spend your summer than working with your grandma. So we've really enjoyed having them. They're a great addition to the program, and the elders enjoy having the young people around as well. And then the last slide is just some pictures of our team. We have a
All right, Katie.
wonderful team.
I appreciate it. Good presentation, and you know, as always, we appreciate all the work that you do for our elders. If any board members have any question or comments, I call on you, Aaron.
Just a real quick comment. Over the years, we've had ups and downs with our health services, and I just want to say that I really appreciate how much you care about our elders. And also, the meal programs are better than they've ever been right now. So I just want to put a point in it and celebrate that things are good right now, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Kim?
I think there we go. 2 questions. The meal program, is there a wellness check when the meals are delivered to a porch and the occupant doesn't take them inside, like within a day?
Mm-hmm.
So somebody's checking on them then?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other one is, do we have requests for more than 3 ramps during the year? Is there like a waiting list?
We do have a waiting list at times.
So do you think you could use more ramps?
I do, and I don't.
I know we did that. We did a resolution for ramps at one point, so maybe we could do it again, maybe get 3 more. Ramps and rails?
It's a matter of the company having the availability and time too. So I don't know if we need to look with adding a second company, you know, maybe one on the west end, because there's ramps across the service area. Just because there's a need, and we hate seeing people on a waiting list because, you know,
Or
when the snow falls, and
So Tribe Construction couldn't do that, or is it?
it's definitely worth looking into.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tyler? Can't hear you, Tyler.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Uh, with Kim bringing that up, there's some legislative work we can do because ramps and long-term care related expenses are reimbursable through CMS. So I think that's a further discussion for us with health, legal, and legislative.
Okay, appreciate all your work, Katie. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up is Mr. Cody Jodoin. Cody is our director in our Language and Culture Department. He's doing an awesome job. So Cody, why don't you get set up and get started whenever you're ready.
All right, looks like the presentation's pulled up there. I had to bring my own copy this time. Last time I showed up without it, and gosh, it's getting harder to see. Getting old. Who? No. Alrighty, so Austin, thanks for the introduction. This is all the happenings in the Language and Cultural Department from January to June. I'm going to do my best to get through the presentation and leave as much time for questions at the end as possible. Last time I was like right on par with my presentation, then I pushed everybody back for the whole day. So I'm going to do my best. So next slide. All right, so obviously this is our division mission to provide programming for tribal members that promotes our Anishinaabe Bimodzuin, our Anishinaabe lifeways and language, our Anishinaabe. In doing so, we protect and preserve what was handed down to us by our ancestors and preserve that for future generations. Here we have some staff updates. I was happy to be fully staffed for about 2.5 weeks. And then my cultural activities assistant took another position with YEA for the summer. So obviously our administrative staff, myself as a director, Michelle Bernier is my admin assistant. Deb Pine would be a recent acquisition since the last time I presented. She came over to our department as our cultural training specialist back in April. Our cultural activity staff, we have Eva Collins here in Unit 1. She started on May 18th and she's been doing a fantastic job. I have had to provide very, very little instruction or guidance to her, but she's not afraid to ask for help. She's doing a fantastic job since she's come on board. We have Charlie down in Unit 2, Caden down in Unit 3, Kelly Tovar over in Unit 4, and Stacy Chambers servicing Unit 5. And then obviously, as I had mentioned there, that cultural activities assistant position is vacant. And we are working through the stages of finding a replacement for that position. Our maintenance staff haven't changed. We have Brett Blackwood taking care of Mary Culture Camp on the island, and Joe Ailing taking care of Nagana-Gizik here in the Sioux. Our Anishinaabe instructors, we've had a little bit of an update. So we have Avit Pitawanakwat is still with us. She spends her time in our language and culture office for 30 hours a week, working to do the after-school program in collaboration with YEA, as well as she worked with the Big Bear Summer Rec program this summer as well. She helps Cecil and Susan with their online Anishinaabe classes as well. And then for this upcoming school year, she's going to be providing in-classroom guidance and language support for the Child Care Center as well, which is really good. We have Cecil Pavlot and Susan Asquith. They've been with us for quite some time doing the online Anishinaabe classes. They also meet on occasion collectively every Tuesday afternoon, or maybe Thursday afternoon. I think it's every Thursday afternoon to discuss ongoing language initiatives and projects. They're working together to plan our annual language conference that's happening September 17th through the 19th. And then our most recent acquisition is Larissa Boone. She lives in Ishpeming over in Marquette. And Larissa was actually teaching Anishinaabe classes and language opportunities at the Marquette Community Center for their community nights on her own time. It's something that she was doing just because she had a vested interest and she wanted the community to be able to start learning the language. It's something that she's passionate about. So she was actually recommended by Paul when Paul decided to retire or not renew his contract as somebody that could fill in and add to the department in an in-person setting. So she's been doing a fantastic job. We started her on kind of like an entry-level contractual basis up to 10 hours a week. She does work full-time, so it's something that she didn't want to overbook or overextend herself where she felt like it was a chore as opposed to something that she was really truly interested in giving back. But she's been doing a great job. The stuff that she's been doing, working with my activities coordinators as well to do like bird watching and Anishinaabe and other activities that are outside of what we've done typically before. So glad to have Larissa on board. And then the last folks, we have Repatriation Historic Preservation, Emma Donmeyer, who's our Historic Preservation Repatriation Specialist, and then Nicole Melport, who is our library aide. So these next couple slides, I don't want to go through and read every single one of these items line by line. You don't really realize how much is ongoing within your department until you sit down and kind of compile everything that you report on month to month. So I guess I'm just going to go ahead. I have all of the different activities on here broken out by unit. Feel free to go through and maybe take a look at your unit that you represent or maybe some of the other units and kind of look and see, I guess if I could leave you guys with anything, if you see things that are happening in other units that maybe you would like to bring to your unit, it's definitely something that we can explore. My cultural activities coordinators in all of the units, one of the first initiatives that I put in place, or directives, I guess, is that before I came on board, they weren't collaborating with one another. They weren't meeting with one another. They thought that they needed to stay confined and only provide services in the division that they represent, which is the complete and total opposite of the direction that I wanted to go. So they meet every month. They discuss the ongoing activities and upcoming activities that they have going on. They help answer questions for one another. They help give contact information for different facilitators to give guidance, to give updates. And then typically at the end of their meeting every month, they will send me kind of a list of questions that they had during that coordinator meeting. And I will follow up and provide guidance on some of the questions that they might have had. So they're all getting along great. They're all providing support to one another, working together. Some of them live pretty close together, unit to unit. So so far so good with our cultural programming. So I guess the last one, updates. Proud to announce that we had a total of 135 division-led and implemented cultural activities from January to June, which is something I'm pretty proud about.
Well, you should be proud of that, Cody. That's remarkable. Appreciate everything that you do for our language and culture. At this point, if any board members have any questions or comments, start with Mike, then Aaron.
One absolutely phenomenal job, Cody. I love all the activities that we are having. Are we identifying, because you're working through this and you got a lot going on, and I know there's a whole lot more planned for the rest of the rest of the year, but are we identifying which one of these are going to be annual things? I know that some of them aren't going to be annual. I mean, how are you evaluating that where this is a well-received event, we're going to redo this every year, this is going to be an annual thing, versus just a workshop, this was a once-off, we tried it, we're not going to do that again? Are you evaluating like that? I mean, because I love the fact that we're having all these activities. I hope it continues like this, but consistency is one of those things that we do all this big broad stuff, and then the next year we do less than half that. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at the long run too, is that these are things that we want to do annually, and then maybe even identify that, because I think that's a big thing that our people want, is to know, hey, I missed this, I can do it next year though, or whatnot. So
yeah, so the biggest thing that we are working through, and being the first year that, my longest tenured activities coordinator was hired last August. So Caden's been on for a year. Everybody else has been less than that. Obviously, historically, these are not positions that have been around forever. So especially with these coordinators that maybe have never worked for the tribe before, have never worked in the communities, I wish I had a manual to give them, hey, this is what you should be doing, but that doesn't really exist. It's something that we can, collectively work towards in the future in terms of being able to prepare somebody to come into that role when these people find other positions or decide to no longer work for us. But basically, the biggest thing that we look at is interest and attendance. We have a lot of different workshops that fill up instantly, that have wait lists that are longer than the amount of spaces that we can even offer. So what we've been doing for workshops and stuff like that is, number one, trying to find a way to host that workshop again within a relatively short time frame, to ensure that everybody that was interested in making a pair of leather mittens or doing a bandolier bag or making a pair of moccasins has the opportunity to do so, and we pull from that wait list first. Whether that means that we're funding it through our department or maybe reaching out to you guys to ask for cultural enhancement support. We're trying to find a way. Obviously, we got the Glide Tech funding later on in the year, which wasn't expected. So there's a lot of initiatives and a lot of things coming up over the next 3 months that are kind of like heavy. Like there's a lot of things happening because we had to get the grant funding out the door. But at the same time, we also, we are trying to do our very best to be proactive. We're trying to eliminate any barriers with our 3-month rolling calendar. There should be no excuse that people didn't know things were happening, right? Unless maybe you don't have social media, you didn't see the 3-month rolling calendar, posted on a bulletin board. We're trying to eliminate that barrier of, well, we didn't know that was happening, right? And it hasn't really so much been an issue. But we run into situations sometimes, and it's not in any unit specifically. We struggle with it in all units where we do our due diligence. We post a flyer 2 or 3 months in advance. We offer that there's going to be a meal provided, which is usually a indicator of whether or not people will attend, right? We do all the right things, and then you have 10 people show up for a wide open community event. The James Vukolich one, I guess, would be like a prime example. Like we had it all set up, and there was multiple you guys that had reached out. You wanted him to come to the community. Unbeknownst to everybody, James and our personal acquaintances, I had already had it done, signed and sealed. I was working on a flyer to get it out. We had 11 people show up, and that was something that we had advertised for almost 2 months. So we're still as a department trying to figure out like the rhymes and the reasons of why sometimes our events aren't super well attended. Sometimes we host an event in the middle of the summer and it's 80 degrees and people would rather be at the beach. Or sometimes the opposite. We'll host something in the middle of the winter and then it snows 18 inches the day before. Like weather and transportation barriers and different things. We're trying to do our very best to eliminate, any excuses that people could have for the events that were happening to make them, easily accessible, and attainable for our tribal members. So yeah, there's certain things like making moccasins or, black ash baskets or bandolier bags, like certain things that are like very, very well attended all the time, no matter what. We could do them every single year and the community would never get sick of them per se. But at the same time, we're also trying to do our best to offer things that we've never offered as a division before, maybe to get our community members, interested in doing a different type of crafting. And those seem to be, sometimes they're well received and sometimes they're not. So in terms of our evaluation, it's kind of, I guess, primarily anecdotal. Our facilitators do fill out a cultural activities kind of like report form, if that makes sense. It's like a 1-page PDF that says, where was the event, when was the event, how many people attended, who was the facilitator, and then we asked them to list a couple things to consider for the future. So we do have those, but mainly our coordinators who are there leading and implementing these activities are really kind of truly gauging whether or not that event was successful. And sometimes we have events that are like crazy, and they have huge long wait lists, and we have more people upset at us because they didn't get a spot than people that are happy that the thing's happening. So that to us is like, yes, we will do things, annually, but at the same time, we also don't want to only offer those things and have it be the same thing year after year after year. We want to try to continue to build what we're offering so that it's always something fresh and that the community, can be engaged in different things.
Thank you for that, Cody. Aaron? Yeah.
I want to echo the chairman's compliment that it is amazing. You've done an amazing job. In the past, it was always a mystery what was happening. Nobody knew what was happening. Sometimes it was like 2 days, 3 days beforehand that it was posted anywhere. And it was the same 3 or 4 people that attended everything, and nobody else knew anything about it. So you're making a conscientious effort to make well in advance for a couple of months, all the different activities, and we've never seen that before. So that's amazing. So thank you for that. And I just also want to recognize that you're a JKL alumni. So probably a lot of that came from your education at our own school system with culture and language ever present in our school system. So thank you.
Aaron, anybody else?
See, Tyler's got his hand up on the screen there.
Okay, Tyler, then Lana.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I also want to thank you, Cody, for your last minute help with all that stuff that we did downstate. That was really well attended, really good expo. So I want to thank you and recognize you for that. I do want to note that we had James Vukovic and Marquette. That was a packed house, like standing room only pretty much, but we did invite the community. It was about 70% native, 30% general public. So that helped out with our attendance down here. But one of the ideas that you could work across with traditional medicine potentially is I've been hearing more and more people trying to get appointments with the traditional healers to get their names. So maybe naming day annually in each of the areas would be helpful. I know that's not our traditional or cultural way of doing things, where we're having a group mass naming, but I would prefer that to like a shake tent ceremony, because that could get pretty intense for the community, and I don't know if all communities are ready for a shake tent. So just an idea to like reach across the aisle to potentially work with traditional medicine as you guys are compiling ideas. We have a ton of people that are getting their names, but we have so many more people asking about it now, about their name, clan, colors, and trying to figure out who they are within our community and getting back in that way, because I think that binds our tribal people more to our communities and our cultural activities than anything else does at this point. But again, thank you for everything else you've done. You guys have done an amazing job.
Lana?
Yeah, I just, the one thing that I was gonna ask about is, I know that we had, expanded language programming and classes out in the western and up in Newberry, I don't know, 8-9 years ago, maybe 7-8 years ago, and we stopped it because we didn't, obviously, it was attendance, and we've explained to them in the past, we've had that, but they didn't show up, just like you cited earlier. Sometimes we have things and people don't show up. We've done that with cultural enhancement. We've had certain things and only a handful show up, but then they, want it again and we try it again. So I'm, and you don't have to answer now because it looks like that you're doing a great job planning things out, but maybe in the future, utilize that tribal center to maybe get some kind of, to try that again to see if there's interest, because it's been a while and we just maybe brush that off and try it again. You and I and Kim are collaborating now, and Charlie, on the what the community's asking for up in the West End. So is the way we did it, reaching out to you at first, you and Charlie, that's the process that you would like when it comes to collaborating. That's how we will handle it, so that the coordinator can help with that, because we're kind of spoiled now. We have someone to help us, because before it was just Kim and I with the enhancement dollars and trying to figure out what we can do. So and the other thing I wanted to mention, when you guys do have workshops that you need enhancement dollars for, make sure that you include Kim and I in that, so we can send that approval to Lana and Samuel right at the immediate, so there's no lack in that. Because anything that you guys are planning, obviously you have our support in doing that with enhancement dollars. So I wanted to mention that. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, and I know it's not the norm, but sometimes I'm not on Facebook. Take a little breather. So when you guys, when the coordinator does have activities within our community in Unit 2, if you could just shoot us the flyer in advance so we can grassroots and get that out and get that in buildings and on casino doors and on our own personal Facebook pages, so that we can, because sometimes I've seen where I didn't even know they were going on because I wasn't, whatever. So that's the only That's the only thing that I wanted to say. And then, did you guys, you had mentioned the last time you were here that we got those extra grant dollars. Did you guys figure out what you were gonna put those towards?
Yeah, so all of my coordinators are rocking and rolling on them right now. Obviously, they have to be fully expended by October 31st. So I have a master spreadsheet back at the office, basically tracking expenditures for both supplies and workshop activities in every unit. And as of right now, all of my coordinators have a plan to spend a minimum of $10,000 between now and October 31st on a whole bunch of different activities. The next one that's coming up with the Glide Tech dollars in Unit 2 will be that drum dance social in Kinchlow. I want to say September 9th. Don't quote me though.
Kinslow's not
Yeah.
Unit 2, though.
Well,
Bridge Yard
Kinchlow,
is.
Kinross area. We wanted to offer it out there, and it's something that Charlie was taking the lead initiative on because we no longer do the Kinross Vets powwow.
Right,
So we're trying to attract that Unit 2 audience by bringing it closer to
Closer,
them.
okay, yep.
Yeah.
So that's what the plan is for that. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Get a flyer so we can get that out there then.
Yeah, no, that's been posted for a while, but I can
Oh, I
email that to you.
haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Okay,
thank
yep.
you, Cody.
So I do have, I don't know if I made it seem like my presentation was done after these slides. I do have a couple more slides here to talk about tactical plans for the future. So Jen, if you want to roll through. So yeah, these are just flyers that we posted. I didn't do all of them. Some pictures of the different activities and events that we've done. Canoe building, Sugar Bush, moccasins. Our team was very new to Sugar Bush this year. Up to this year, I have not so much as tapped a tree, but we went out as an entire department and we all learned together. I think we only tapped 4 oak trees this year, which is pretty good for our first time. They're pretty hard to identify. They look the same. But yeah, so some general pictures there. I do include all of the pictures that are in here are pictures that I've included in my monthly reports. And then we try to share pictures on Facebook as well to generate interest. So if you want to keep going, Jen, down to the Nagana-Gizik slide. Okay, so just some general updates of things that were happening at Nagana-Gizik from January to June. We had a total of 14 funerals. After the new year, it really seemed like it was like back to back to back to back. I don't know if that was just here in the Sioux or in other communities as well. We had 10 cord of wood dropped off last November, and we were out by mid-May. So there's a lot of funerals and a lot of passings in the community, but that's what the building exists for, first and foremost. Other than that, we had a total of 9 different community events, 8 craft workshops, 10 departmental meetings and for different planning committees, different things internally. And then we had a total of 16 uses from the community for things like baby showers, bridal showers, graduation parties, you name it. And then ongoing, it's not something that's led by our department, a couple of initiatives that are community led. Ice Circle singers have it on Tuesday evenings for drum practice, and then there is a weekly craft night in there that's led by Jackie Robinson on Wednesdays. Next slide, Mary Culture Camp. So this camp is one that it's a big initiative and a big push from our department to start utilizing it more. It's been severely underutilized over the course of the last decade or so. So things that happened there within this reporting period was our winter survival camp. That was February 28th and March 1st. Next year, we're going to be looking at doing it in January so that we can hopefully avoid ice buildup at the ferry. Because, of course, the day of winter survival camp, I think they made 2 runs over to the island the whole day, and they probably shouldn't have made the second one. So we were fortunate to be able to have that to catch that first ferry over. It was well attended. Next year, we're hoping to try to get some kids from the other outlying areas for YEA for winter survival. Kim, question?
Yep, Kim?
And fussy. Well, that would have been a real good survival training.
Yeah.
I didn't leave the island for 11 days that time this
Yeah.
winter. Another thing, would you be willing to work with the Sugar Island Historic Society if we could put on some kind of craft night at the culture camp?
No.
We do it at
No, I was
Finn
kidding.
Hall.
Yeah.
We have no
Yeah.
electricity at
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Brasser School or Finn Hall, so I talked to Jackie Robinson, and
Mm-hmm.
she had said she had done one with the Drummond Island Historic Society, so.
Yeah,
Is it
no,
virtual work?
we're all ears. Like anytime that I can use the camp, like we're trying to use it more often because it's beautiful. You know, and it's been underutilized. So yeah, we're all ears if that's something that you want to do.
All right, I'll get a hold of you and
Yeah.
work that out. Okay, thank you.
Ashley?
I think it's just the microphone's being finicky today. I was asked about ribbon shirts for men and more workshops for men. That's something that's been coming up a lot. So whatever I can do to assist to maybe get that going.
Okay.
But that has been requested frequently. Director McCurchie's shirt definitely gets people talking, and so I've been asked a few times about a men's workshop for ribbon shirts.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
wanted
it's
to throw
definitely
that out
something.
to
It's
you.
not something that we've offered in Unit 1. I know that it's been offered in outlying units, and a couple of them have ribbon shirts planned. I want to say there's one in Marquette and one in Escanaba with the GlideTech funding. So definitely something that we can put together. I don't know if we'll be able to lead something as exquisite as Mike's shirt because that's pretty detailed, but even a basic ribbon shirt, you know, something that people can wear for formal events or funerals or whatever. I know that there's people that want to do it. So definitely.
Thanks, Cody.
Yep. So other than that, annual Sugar Bush Camp happened from March 9th to April 17th this year. Like I said, as a division, we tapped a total of 75 trees. It was a strange year this year with the weather. Like it would warm up and then it would cool down and then it would warm up and it would cool down. And we never, from what I was told, got like a really, really heavy run per se. But nonetheless, we were still able to offer, host some school groups from JKL. I know that Sandy Sawyer from Malcolm had reached out too, but we ran out of time at the end of the year. The sap was starting to turn yellow, so we had to pull our taps. But it's definitely something that we want to make more accessible and more open to the community in the future. This was primarily just a learning curve year for our team, but our team was excited to be involved. And then the last thing in the reporting period, working with traditional medicine to ensure that they had everything they need for their spring fasting camp. And now we're getting ready for a fall fasting camp here that's going to be happening in September. So on the horizon, after Sugar Bush Camp wrapped up, we made a total of 13 runs to the dump to get rid of things that have just been caked with dust, things that haven't been used for years and years and years. Our garage, you couldn't even see the floor. There was so much stuff in there that we had to get rid of. We kept the things that we needed and the things that were of value. We brought some of the things over here to the mainland, things that would be useful for workshops and different things. There was a lot of craft supplies over there for stuff that was purchased with the TED grant back in like 2020 and older. And we brought all that stuff over here because it's not going to get used over there. So either way, we're really doing our best to turn Mary Mary around and have it be a regular part of our programming and looking at ways to be able to bring other communities over. I'm excited. We're going to be working with Elder Services. They're bringing over a group of elders on September 23rd to do crafts and lunch. And that wait list is like, it filled up instantly. So it's something that like there's no excuse why we can't be doing something like that regularly to get folks down to the camp. So we just hosted I know it wasn't in this period, but I'll Get You Quay Camp. That was August 1st and 2nd, and then August 22nd and 23rd. This is the first time we've hosted those camps since 2016. So it's been 10 years. They were relatively low, and in terms of attendance, those were a couple that I figured were going to fill up instantly. But I get it. It's the middle of summer. We're leading up, to the school year. People have last-minute camping trips and school clothes shopping, different things. So there's no reason why we can't open it up next year to try to get 15 kids, whether they're from, this area, Hessel, St. Agnes, Cedarville, wherever. We can bring kids from wherever.
So I was down at the Mary Murray building after Sugar Bush. I was on the island making my rounds, and what you said is correct. It's been cleaned up a great deal. And I think Brent does an awesome job. He was in there cleaning while I was there, and I chatted with him. He does a good job.
Yeah, we're working towards it. In our team, there's a lot of opportunities that we have to be able to get down there. It's a beautiful space. It's a beautiful property. Those kinds of camps don't exist everywhere. So we really need to utilize it more. And there's a lot of things that we could be doing down there. So we're looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Anything else to go over, Cody?
Just a quick update on Anishinaabe Bemwin. I don't know how we're looking for time right now, but I won't go through this individually. We're doing our best to try to expand our language offerings. We want to start doing more immersion, in-person offerings as well. But it's something that we have to do in time. We're not going to be able to snap our fingers. Obviously, I have been very, very heavily involved in getting our cultural activities and events up off the ground. So I haven't been able to spend as much time on the Anishinaabe MON as I have wished, but now I'm hoping that all of our coordinators are in place and they're, on the ground running. I provide them with guidance, but it's not a ton of hands-on anymore. That I can spend some more time in how we can revitalize and expand our language programming moving forward. There's a couple slides in here of information that Emma Donmeyer sent over. Emma typically would come with me, but she's down in Chicago right now at the National Archives, scanning as much stuff as possible. So these updates are fairly simple. You guys all have the information in front of you, so we can skip through these unless anybody has questions about historic preservation, repatriation. I know we've had a lot of conversations about the topic in the past couple of months here. So if nobody has any questions on it, I can't guarantee that I'd be able to give you a really good answer anyway, so I'd probably refer back to Emma. I see Tyler has his hand up.
Yeah, we have a couple of people's hands up. So for the board's information, if you guys weren't aware, the archive in Chicago is closing down. So if there's another reason not to like this administration, that's one of them. So that archive contains tens, if not hundreds of thousands of historical documents, and there's not a concrete plan from the federal government of where those documents are gonna go. So most of the tribe's workers have taken trips down to Chicago and they're scanning documents just so we have a digital version of it. But I mean, you can't erase the importance of a historical document that's original, that has ink on it. It's something that's terrible, terrible, terrible. Aaron, then Tyler.
Yeah, they wanted to erase us, now they want to erase the evidence of what they did to us. That's what's happening. But last time we spoke, I shared with you the 10-year Native Language Revitalization Plan that I wrote for the country. But it has, after like a year of consultation and getting a bunch of ideas and a bunch of what tribes are doing already, an all of the above approach is the best approach. What we've gone through in the past is, we go through criticisms of different people that say, well, that's not our dialect, so let's not do that. Or, your spirit's captured if you project it over the internet. And I think that's just all ritual or just superstition. I say whatever we can do and as much as we can do to make options available to people. And if somebody doesn't want to get online, then they don't have to get online. Right? But I think there's a lot of people out there that will get online, that will learn. You probably can only really learn the basics that way, like words and sentence structure and syntax and that sort of thing. But all of the above, whatever we can do, let's do it, because people are thirsty for it. As you know from our trip downstate, people are just thirsty for it. They want to belong to our tribe.
Yep.
Tyler.
Yeah, I reiterate Austin's point there. It was pretty powerful seeing our treaties with our chairman in DC, and to know that those archives are going to be scattered. We don't know where they're going. There's no plan. It is. One thing I want to bring up, I brought up to Ryan Mills. This will be on everybody's radar, is that our TIPO officer isn't under the National Registry. So whatever we have to do to get Sioux Tribe recognized under the National TIPO, again, if we ever were, I don't know, but I do know that we weren't on that list. So wanted to make sure that.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Anyone else? All right, again, Cody, thank you for all the work that you do for us. Anything else? Kim?
Yeah, just basically, you've got the slides in front of you. So what our plans are, tactical plans for the next couple months, our 3-month rolling calendar, we've got 60 things on there happening between now and the end of October, which is great. Continued coordinator collaboration, a couple grant updates there. We did receive notice that our annual IMLS Basic Library Grant was received. The IMLS Enhancement Grant, which we applied for, is a 2-year initiative to turn our library into a lending library, so our folks can come in and actually take materials home with them. They're asking us questions about our indirect rate and on our budget and stuff, but we haven't received any notice. But to me, that's promising news. I feel like they wouldn't be asking questions about our application if we weren't being considered. So something that fingers are crossed, hoping we can get that as well. And then obviously the GlideTech funding, I won't go over that. Continuing to work with as many different departments as we can, ARC on different events. I have a couple of my staff that are down helping natural resources with Monoman seeding this week as well in the community event tonight. environmental, traditional medicine, YEA, behavioral health, community health, recreation, you name it. We're trying to work with anybody and everybody that wants to have culture involved. And I feel like we should be that backbone. So we're doing our best to not say no. Tactical plans for the upcoming, I guess, next reporting period, things to consider. A lot of these things have already happened, like the powwow, our monthly cultural teachings at Nagana-Gizik happening through December. The cultural event and the West End Culture Camp have already taken place, both which were very successful. Return to camps at Mary Murray. We had Music in the Park August 5th. Continued collaboration with as many community partners as is feasible. Our annual language conference, GLITEC implementation, outdoor projects and improvements at Mary Murray, Nagana-Gizik, cultural training and education, and guidance with our activities coordinator. So other than that, the last slide is just contact information. But if there's any other questions, let me know.
And then Lana?
I'm not sure if this is yours. Who would someone have to contact for the Sugar Island Powwow grounds? The Lions Club took over the
Facilities,
Sugar
I would say.
Island Music Fest, and they wanted to know.
It'd
if
be
they were-
under facilities, so Andrew
Okay.
Lane.
And then a little tongue-in-cheek here, are we gonna have a library cop? Because there's nothing worse than going library and a book has never been returned.
Yeah, so
It
it's
happens to me at the library here all the time.
yeah, so it's definitely something that we've never had a lending library before. So if we're awarded, we're going to have a strong system in place of what that's going to look like for books that are going to be going out. I know that's the chief concern is, you're lending out books that never come back. So there's going to be definitely a restricted section of books that are impossible to find, that they don't produce anymore, books that simply can't leave
They just stay
the
there
space. There'll be books that aren't rentable, essentially. You can't check them out. But then there is also built into that initiative funds to replace books and buy new books. So if books do go out, and they don't make their way back, we can replace those. But we'll make sure that whatever book, we're going to lend out, that we can replace it, worst case scenario, if it doesn't come back.
Yeah, and the only thing they can do here is they just don't let you get another book,
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
So it's definitely something that'll be on our radar.
thank you.
Lana?
Yeah, so I know you had already mentioned it, that community health and behavioral health do, plan these cultural activities too. And I had asked a few months ago, so when they come and they come to the elders and they say that they're, getting input, Charlie comes from Unit 2, community health comes from Unit 2. You guys collaborate together, so even if it's community health that is planning the event, they can always still call the language and cultural department for that information.
Yeah, most of the workshops and stuff that you see coming out for different things, ribbon skirts, whatever the case, we're actively working with them. Oftentimes, our Sioux Tribe Language and Culture logo will be on the flyer. So whether they're leading the initiative, I know Community Health Education has a grant right now. I want to say it's through next June, specifically for cultural activities. So they've been working with our coordinators in the outlying units. And then I did have a chance a couple weeks ago to connect with Erin. She's a community health educator over in West End. Had only been with the tribe for 3 weeks at that time, so she's still learning. But I told him anything and everything cultural, on the West End. If you have funds, that's one thing that we've kind of as a department historically scratched and clawed for. We're all ears. If you need us to help you spend that grant on cultural activities, bring it on.
over.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
perfect. Okay,
Yep.
thanks, Cody.
Mike?
Along the same lines, with those events that you're partnering with, and even the ones you are not partnering with, but that Sioux Tribe's a part of, we don't have a great spot for all of them. You got all your stuff listed, but we don't have all the stuff where you're partnering is not listed here either. So getting that information out to the membership, and I don't think I just want to put this on your radar, is trying to figure out a good way of where somebody can go to get all those events. Now we have events by housing, ARC, all those things that you just listed, they're all scattered. They're on the ARC page, some of them on your page.
Yeah, I'll be honest, we don't have a great system even internally. Oftentimes I'll be at home laying in bed scrolling Facebook before I go to sleep, and I'll see a cultural event being put on, and I'm like, where's that come from?
So
Who's doing that?
I just want to put that on your radar.
So if I'm feeling that, I'm sure
Yeah.
the community's feeling
And
that too.
I hate to say it, but it's probably you're probably the best spot for it.
Right.
So trying to figure out how to capture that, I want to put that on your radar, is that we need a better system, and so I want to put that in your radar, is trying to figure out what that system looks like for we can advertise it. I love your rolling calendar, and I'd hate to see, the being responsible for updating it, right? That's going to be a task in itself. So I don't know what the best way is yet, but we are upgrading a bunch of stuff right now, and maybe there's a way that you guys can all put into this one spot where that information's at. So I think now's a good time to start talking about it. So I'm just putting it on your radar. I'm not looking for an answer right now. I just want to put it on your radar that we need to do better at getting all that information to our membership of all the events that we do have.
And even our Sioux Tribe Language Culture Facebook page, it only has 7,100 followers, which is great because it only had 6,000 followers a couple months ago. So people are coming on board. The Sault Ste. Marie Tribe and Chippewa Indians main Facebook page, where everything gets posted. Jennifer and Sherry do a great job at posting flyers, whether they come from us or come from community health or from housing or whoever, ARC, you name it. Even that Facebook page only has 29,000 followers, which is
Well,
maybe a little over half of our total
stuff can
membership.
get lost in postings,
Right,
right?
100%.
So
It gets buried
I just
quick.
think we need to find some kind of central way to go to and see all of our cultural events everywhere. That
Right.
would be an awesome. I just think that would be a much needed service. So.
Okay, something to keep in mind.
Kim, then Lana.
The repatriation, like you just went to Dearborn and picked up a duck decoy and then Mount Pleasant for a stone tool. Are those being displayed somewhere? Or what is
So-
going on with them?
That would be a question for Emma, something I can follow up with her. Some of the things that are retrieved are brought home and they're stored and then they're reburied as well. So I would have to follow up with Emma on the items that are gone and collected and what happens to them, and what the process is for.
I'm sure ceremonial
Yeah.
items would be, but
Right,
these don't sound like they would be.
right.
So, okay, thank you.
I don't think I have anyone else. Did I miss anybody? Okay, I appreciate everything that you're doing for us, Cody.
All right,
Much
thanks, guys.
appreciated.
Appreciate it.
Let's take a brief recess. We'll reconvene at 11:15 and we'll hear from the enrollment department. We're going to go ahead and get started again. So the item that we're currently on is the enrollment department, and we have Julie here who's in charge of it. So Julie, if you could get us started, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. You see my first slide there is our building. We've been there for about 2.5 years now. Okay, so the next slide will list all of our services that we offer. Of course, number one is card renewals. That's the main thing that we do there. We do a lot of them. And then just down the list, we just do various other things all year long. So on the next sheet, there are fees for some of those services. And on January 5th, we implemented some new fees, and the list that changed was for card renewals. The old fee was $5, that went to $10. Blood quantum certifications were $15, and now they're $25. A copy of the file was $5, now it's $10. New application fee went from $25 to $50. And then these two remained unchanged. If you had to replace a lost or stolen card, it was $20, it stayed $20. And for tuition waiver processing, it stayed at $15. Sure.
Do I have a running total still, or do you need more money?
We were gifted that $600 by, I'm not sure who, but
Oh.
we're still using that money, and we're good right now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, thank you. The next slide is what the services that we did and how many members we serviced. So we did 50 blood quantums from January to June. There was 148 tuition waiver certifications done. We renewed over 2,600 cards. We completed 400 files. We had a total new enrollments for that 6 months of 830 people, and there's a breakdown of 0 through 60 and over, with one disenrollment during that time. Okay, the next slide. This was just, it's a breakdown of the membership. The total count as of June 30th was 53,456. And then it's broke down in the service area by counties, by the 7 counties. And there's 15,956 members living in the service area. And then I gave a list of 4 other counties in northern lower Michigan. Our total membership in Michigan is 34,957. The total in the Upper Peninsula is 16,508. Lower Michigan has 18,449. And at the time of June 30th, there was a total membership over 18 of 40,094. Mm-hmm.
How many adults? Do you know that?
Well, at this time, there was 40,094 that were 18 and over. June 30th.
Thank you. Our demographics have really changed.
Yeah.
Because we used to have a larger percentage that were young people. That's because our elders are living longer.
Mm-hmm.
So, because 80%, that's 80% then. And the baby boom.
And the people aren't enrolling their kids, you know, they are, but they're waiting, it seems like, so.
Okay. Cole?
Can you go back one slide, please? So the total new enrollments, you have 830, correct, from January to June. I think when we met last, you said you were doing 100 a week, was it?
That's our
On average?
goal. That is our goal, to do 100 a week. We're not meeting that goal at this time.
Yeah, right now this is equal to be like 50 a week, I think. And plus, did we just hire another person to help with that process?
Yes,
So is it 100 a week with that additional person or
yes.
more? Okay. And I know that just happened. I was just looking at that 830 and then January to June, kind of where we're at and what
Right.
our goal there.
Right, but if you look back on the second slide, I mean, we got 18 different things we do, so those have to be done as well. I can't just focus on open enrollment constantly. I wish I could.
Yeah, for sure. And then the new, I mean, maybe we'll talk about it, but I know we were discussing the license plate, and the enhanced cards. Maybe that's something you're gonna talk about later in the slides, but
Yes,
that's been a question lately for membership.
okay.
You keep going, Julie.
Okay, so, open enrollment. The board directed us to prioritize the elders to be enrolled first, and we finally finished that backlog of elders in mid-June. There are still 96 elders that have applications that are considered pending, which means they've been reviewed, but they didn't have all their information in, so we're waiting for them to send that in. When it's sent in, we do continue to prioritize them. We'll bump them right up to the front and get them enrolled first. But for the most part, we have gone back to processing the applications in numerical order where we left off. We're somewhere in the 1500s. So this is just a little breakdown of how many people were enrolled and how many of them were elders. So we've enrolled 4,436 new people, and 1,080 of them were elders. And then we still have, this was at the end of June, we have more now, but there was 3199 pending adult applications, and 96 of them are elders. We have denied 284 applications, and 143 of those were elders. And then there's been some people that canceled their wish to enroll or passed away during the process. There were 74 of those, and 17 were elders. So we've received 5,738 applications so far, with 1,336 of them being elders. The next slide is just a breakdown by bands. Some of you have the handout and it has a typo in it, but the slide up here is correct. We've enrolled 1,138 people under the Sault Ste. Marie band, 2,667. That's where the typo is at. So it's 2,667 Mackinac band. There's 529 Garden River descendants enrolled and 102 Travers band for a total of 4,436. We are still working on our filing scanning project. We've scanned 34,764 files into our on-base system. This is really a time-consuming task and needs to be done accurately. Each document is scanned and it needs to be indexed afterwards. But some of the files only have 5 pieces of paper in them, and some could have 30 or more. So, you know, not everyone's equal on that. All the enrollment coordinators have a scanner at their desk and will help scan the backlogged files. And we have one gal that scans the new ones as we enroll them. So there won't be any backlogged as we enroll people. So the next slide is regarding the Elder Dividend Project. We've been working with IT to develop the portal for the elders to use to apply for their 2026 Elder Dividend. The portal did go live August 1st, and we've had about, I want to say, about 1,200 elders use it so far. We advertised it in the tribal newspaper, on Facebook, and the tribal website. That portal will be open until October 1st. Those who do not use the portal will be mailed an elder form in late October, just as we've always done. And we developed this to hopefully save time and money, because each year we get more and more elders. It's going up at least by 500 every year. And we hope in the future that we will switch over to just using the portal, but we'll see how it goes. So.
You know how Carrie was at the elder luncheon last week,
Oh, Stacy?
or Stacy helping them do that? Have you thought about having her at the, what's the one that where all the elders,
The elder
the
advisory.
advisory,
meeting in
being there?
Newbury.
Would that be too much when they're trying to do their work there? And that's in Newbury? So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be that far to travel?
Sure, if that's what, the people would like, then we can certainly do that.
Maybe reach out to Katie and see?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'll ask
Because
her.
I thought that was good. Yeah, so the next, when's the next one? Isn't it next week? Or the week after? It's coming up, I thought. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of.
Every
okay.
month, Nobbinway's the only one that shuts down for the winter time, and they're not scheduled to shut down.
Maybe September?
Okay, I'll get with Katie Peabody
I
and
don't know. They
we
have
can set
times they
something
can
up.
meet.
'Cause I thought that was really good.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
like that, because she's sitting right there, hands-on with them.
Right.
so. All right, thank you.
Let me make a note. Okay. We have some upcoming projects. We've been working on this enhanced tribal card for years, it seems like. We did receive the scope of work, but we needed to reach out to the printer vendor for further inquiries. We needed to know if the cards would be compatible at the gas station, along with some other issues we had. So we've been collecting information, and we will be making a presentation to the board in the near future to see if we want to pursue this still, because it is going to be kind of expensive, but we have a couple different routes that we can go. As far as, I forget who asked about the license plates, that's not in here. And I don't believe that enrollment will be in charge of that. I think the tribal law enforcement's gonna be doing that, so. My last page is regarding the budget. We're currently on track and slightly underspent. I did a modification that was submitted on June 22nd. The modification allowed for the elimination of the enrollment clerk position and replaced it with another coordinator. So now all we have is enrollment coordinators, a manager, and myself. It also decreased tribal support dollars by over $66,000 and increased other revenue by $21,000. And it was heard by the board on July 7th, and it passed. Does anybody have questions?
Any questions for Julie? Any comments? Anything else to go over, Julie? In your presentation?
No.
Okay. All right, well, we appreciate everything that you do. We know that you have your hands full, within the last handful of years, whether it was ARPA checks, anything, you know what I mean? You guys always get saddled with more work, so I want you to know that we appreciate everything that you do, not just you, but your entire staff, okay?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next up, we have Maria Mongine from the Housing Authority.
I'm getting settled in here. Hi, I'm Maria Mongine. I'm from Sioux Tribe Housing Authority. I'm pleased to present our 6 months, first 6 months that we've done in housing. We've done a lot. I have a great team, and we're just pushing forward a bunch of projects. So my first slide. Okay. So this one talks about how many homes we have across the 9 sites that are currently under management, and that's 401 rental units, 70 homeownership units, and 100 elderly designated units. And now we have 6 tiny homes in our portfolio, so that's neat. And hopefully we can do some more down the road. We processed 283 rental applications, and we completed 36 move-ins. Our waiting lists remain large, and we don't have enough units to accommodate all the need out there, but we're going to continue to find housing solutions as best we can. We did 1,486 home visits, and that's to keep, typically to keep residents in compliance with their lease, as eviction is our last resort. So we work with them. The resident services staff works with the tenants in the houses to get them back in compliance with their lease agreements. And then we processed another 42 rental vouchers. And what I say about rental vouchers is backgrounds are not a factor in determining eligibility. So those are the assistance we can use for those that have issues with background checks. Our homeownership department statistics in down payment assistance, that's where we give the members $9,500 towards closing costs. They come also with another $500 of their own funding. And then this half of the year, we did 15 applications, and we were able to close on 6 homes. The furnace and water heater replacement program, we processed 8 applications, and we did 6 replacements, and that could be either or both. Our sanitation program that we administer on behalf of Sioux Tribe, we processed 2 applications, and we were able to complete 7 projects, but those were likely from 2025. As there's, the construction season is pretty small, and we have to wait till load limits come off the road before we can do any construction and sanitation. Lease to purchase, we processed 1 application. Typically, that doesn't move applications very quickly because we don't have units. And when people take lease to those units, they, stay for a long time because they're actually trying to purchase the home or convey it at the end of their contract. And we kind of take, with homeownership, we back off a little. We only do home visits as necessary. So if they were in jeopardy of having a utility shut off or something like that. HRP and HIP is Home Rehabilitation Program or the Home Improvement Program. We processed 2 applications, and we were able to complete 1 project. These are our maintenance activities, and with that many units, you'll see that we have several work orders that we do regularly. Anything from repair, replacements, if there's furnace, boiler issues, electrical issues, anything like that. That comes through our work order system and tracked that way for each individual unit. And you can see there was a number of them. And typically during the winter months, you'll see many, many more because of boilers going down or furnaces going down or all kinds of stuff that the weather causes. And then, so I'm going to get into some of our highlights. And we were able to open up a Sault Ste. Marie satellite office. I know there was a lot of questions about us collecting rent there, but it's not as secure. Well, it's not as secure as like our main office, and we don't provide a safe at that site, and so it's just better for the staff and things that we don't collect daily there. We do have rent hours, and we collect rent at least once a week, and it comes directly out to the main office.
Hey Maria, I recently stopped by that building and it is in fantastic condition. So quite a few years ago after undergrad, like one of my first jobs was working for ACFS, and my office was actually in that building, and I couldn't recognize it. So whoever was responsible for that renovation within your team, give them hats off because they did a fantastic job.
That's our force account crew, so we have an in-house construction department, and they're just wonderful. They do really seasoned carpenters. We've brought on younger staff because our carpenters are getting older, and so we need to think about training, new young people. We're going to look to do apprenticeships and things like that. so we can keep moving once they retire.
Yeah,
So,
their
thank
quality
you.
work, very impressive.
Thank
Very
you.
impressive.
So at that office, any member could go there and collect application for any of our programs. They could drop off applications, get copies. Residents can come in and get copies or anything like that that they need during office hours. Okay. So our resident services staff do a lot of community events on the housing sites. And our annual health and safety fairs were held in St. Ignace, Hessel, Sault Ste. Marie, Kitchelow, Newberry, Manistee, Wetmore, Escanaba. I believe that Marquette needed to be canceled due to the air quality. It's when all the smoke came down from Canada and Minnesota. And so it was just best to cancel that one. And they did not have enough time to reschedule it. But here they bring in different resources in the community. They provide prevention and safety information and all that for the current residents on the housing sites. And typically, we always allow community members to come into and participate. And there's a few pictures of that. And we always try to hold mini site cleanups in the spring. Just go around and clean the parking lots, or not the parking lots, the playgrounds, the ditches, things like that, just to clean up the housing sites. And then they usually provide like some prizes and some snacks and things like that for the children that attend. This is our Unit 3 Savard property. And the operations manager reported that she saw a blast yesterday, so that was exciting for her. But they're actually using dynamite down there. The Savard property is in St. Ignace. It's right next to the St. Ignace Airport, and it is a rock. It's basically a rock. We've had to use more dynamite than expected down there. So we're working through that, and good thing we had a little bit extra money. This is being paid for through ARPA dollars. And then we still had a little bit of money left over, so they're able to blast the surfaces of where we think the houses are going to go. That way it also decreases construction costs when we're ready to build there. So that is set to be done by the end of the year. And then we kind of tapped into rebates across the energy companies, DTE, Semco, and we're also looking at Cloverland and any electricity providers. This is a really great thing. We've received, I'd say up over 150,000 in rebates because of some of the things we did, like furnace and boiler replacements, appliance upgrades, things like that. And we've received the credits, the Housing Authority. But now DTE has reached out and will be replacing many of our roofs in Kinchlow, which are membrane roofs, and they're really in need of that. They're going to supply more insulation in the units and between the walls of the duplexes. And we're looking at about 5.7 million in that when done. We have to provide a small amount of money towards it because you're not gonna have completely all the funding for it, maybe like 150,000, but we're gonna utilize what we've received in rebates. Currently, we have 100,000 on the way to the Housing Authority and another 100,000. I wanna say we're up to about $500,000 just in rebates alone. And then all these energy efficiencies, they're providing the funding for all this. This is a really great thing because when we have our 1937 Act units, whatever we spend in the HOSDA to modernize those units, we have to track. So they have this thing called the 40% rule. This is HUD's rule. If you reach in your 1937 units, if you reach 40% of the total development costs, it then becomes the HOSDA unit, meaning we're not subsidized for that unit any longer. So it's a good thing that we don't use IHBG when we don't have to modernize our units. That's why we like to do ICDBG a lot, because that also does not count towards the 40% rule. And then our operations manager is leading the DTE rebates and the energy rebates. We did hire a project assistant who is also helping her out, and that's, because there's a lot of paperwork to those things. So that's helped her out immensely as well, and we're moving forward, and we are going to tap into whatever we can find. The next one we did, and I'm sorry I didn't write the name down, but the Housing Commission did, we did a lottery. So the lottery was held at the last Housing Commission meeting, which was Monday, for the Joni Talentino Scholarship. And I forgot to write his name down, but he's a student downstate, down below the bridge. Anyways, he is apprenticing in sheet metal. So it was really great. And we'll get that out there. We're going to do a newspaper article. We're going to do Facebook, all the social medias.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Hey, the same day that I thought your grandchild was, or your child was your grandchild, I saw her mom around the corner, and she was really worried that nobody was applying.
Oh,
So if you could let her know right away.
Yeah, we will. So it was open to like trades type work, so, or schooling, so it could have been anything. It could have been people that were going for their cosmetology license or things like that. So we just kind of kept it real broad, but it's really important in the trades, because it's the skilled workers are real lacking, and we know that, so that's why we're trying to develop apprenticeships and things like that through housing, so we can keep in-house construction staff. And then also Joni was selected as the National American Indian Housing Council. She received the Virginia Kaiser Award, and this is awarded to a person, or typically a female, that is is a leader in housing, Indian housing throughout the nation, and they selected Joni this year. So, our executive assistant accepted the award in Alaska with all the other tribes, Indian Housing Authority tribes in the room. So, that's good. And then next is our apartment building that's under construction at Odinung. We held a groundbreaking at the end of the July, and I kind of got behind the 8 ball, and we should actually did it before shovels went in the ground. It was a little late, but now, everything was just moved so fast that sometimes you forget the little things. And I did that here, but we won't do that again. This will be a 20-unit apartment building for single people. And those without dependents. There are 2 units on the end that are ADA compliant, so we can house people that are disabled if need be. Or if there isn't any applicants that fit that criteria, we could always put 2 more elders at the end units if we needed to. And then some of our current grants underway. We have the Tribal Nations Housing Development Assistance Program. It's a pre-development grant worth $75,000, and it goes towards our permanent supportive housing project. So consulting, like architect, engineering, consulting for the application, you name it, it could go to any of that. Again, we also received $50,000 towards that in a HUD Section 4 capacity building grant. And we have an Indian Community Development Block Grant, furnace and boiler replacements at $2.5 million. We also were required to do a match to make it to this grant. It was like 25%. It will replace all furnaces and boilers on all units. We'll replace some ductwork on some units in St. Ignace, and all the slant fin and things in Sault Ste. Marie.
Okay, Mike has a question.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, just a quick question on the apartment thing, which is a much needed thing. I applaud for us finally getting that done. You said singles. Is it only singles? Can couples?
Oh, yeah. So so we look at singles without children.
Okay, because I've been telling, I thought I had heard couples, and I've been telling people it was singles and couples, and I just wanted to make sure, because when you said
Yeah.
only singles, I was like, uh-oh, I better double check, so thank you for that
I think what
clarification.
makes this different is you don't get preference points for having children, correct, Maria?
No preference for that.
When it's a much needed, those have been underserved for a long time, but
Yeah, we had
You're gonna
some
have to figure out
plans.
how to keep the parties down, though. That's
Yeah.
gonna be the barrier to making this successful.
Well, we have that one age, it's probably like 45 to 60, pre-elder age, that they don't have children or anything, and there's a lot of single applicants.
Give her a
in
unit.
that area.
Give
Yeah.
her a unit. The mean old auntie. Keep an eye on things. So
Yeah, I'll have some aunties
Yeah,
up there, I'm
yeah.
sure. So. We have the Indian Housing Block Grant competitive and this is for the apartment building. We received 6 million in the competitive block grant, and then the tribe have given us 2 million in ARPA. We're a little over budget right now, so hopefully we'll take any remaining ARPA Unit 1 dollars if they're available. And I have also wrote in the IHBG that we will fund the remainder through program income in the IHBG. This is some of our grant reporting. With all the grants, we have a lot of reporting, and then HUD just has a ton of requirements for the Indian Housing Block Grant, such as self-monitoring and things like that. But SF 425 federal financial reports, those are due annually, and some of them, IHBG is quarterly. We have to report on that. The Indian Community Development Block Grant, furnace and boilers, we have to report on that. And of course, the TNHDAP pre-development is quarterly, and the Indian Housing Block Grant and the competitive block grant also require annual performance reports. So we have to actually tell them what we did and get that all into reports that they accept. And sometimes they kick you out of GEMS. It's really annoying. But we get it done. Some of our 2026 activities that we've been working on that are in the works may have not been completed or completed in the next half. We submitted and were awarded a low-income housing tax credit, and this will go to our 36-unit permanent supportive housing complex. This will be a layered financed project. We do have a 1.5 million state appropriation thanks to Senator DeMoose. And then also I have identified 2.2 million in program income in our Indian Housing Block Grant. We have applied for a COC Builds, which is a Continuum of Care grant, and we're really hoping we get that. That's $11 million and a 2.75 million match to that grant. If we were to get funded for that, we may not even have to use much of our program income at all. And the less we have to use, the more I can do things elsewhere with that money. So
Well, what I want to point out is this apartment complex will be primarily used for people transitioning out of the Lodge of Hope, people that don't meet the criteria for housing elsewhere. So this will meet the need of a population of people that just haven't had housing security. But in short, how much money are we going to need to fundraise to get this project started? How much more money are we lacking?
So it appears that we will have just about 9 million in tax credits, 1.5 million from the state appropriation and 2.2 at this right now. So we are probably looking at about, I'm not very good at math, 6-7 more million that we need to find. So we're continuing to pursue grants. We will also, there's an opportunity with the Federal Home Loan Bank where we could get up to 3 million there if need be. So we will put the investor fee back into, well, it's not developer's fee, I mean, back into the project. So, yeah, there's a few other things we can look at, so.
Tyler?
What about the 184 home loan that Dan had mentioned that tribes have like unlimited access to for housing within their tribe?
that would be something we could take a look at too if we needed to. I would not loan unless I really absolutely had to, so, but yes, definitely on the table. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario though, at least it keeps it moving forward, you know, as we're looking for other funding. And
Yes,
thank you though for all this work. This is awesome.
yes.
Aaron?
Will it be low income, or could we do a mix, like 80% of market value or something?
So this one, no, because it's a permanent supportive housing, so it's not
These are
affordable
people
housing.
who, before we placed them in the Lodge of Hope, had housing insecurity, didn't have a roof over their head. So this population is going to be low income.
They
Yes-
have,
Yesterday, we had a conversation related to housing, and I think there's not anything anybody said, but there's a general misnomer about how much revenues that we generate in our low-income housing. Can you get that percentage of the overall budget? Because what I recall is it's relatively small. It's not huge.
yeah, I think we probably receive more in interest because we're a investment tribe. I think at one point, and just recently haven't heard anything different. We're one of 2 tribes that get our block grant and we immediately pull it and invest the whole thing until we need it.
More in interest than we do in rents?
Sometimes, depending on the year, what's going on in the market, you know. So, yeah, but we have increased ceiling rents. We have increased the percentage of rent. So we're still under the 30% rule. We can't charge any more than 30% of their adjusted gross income to rent. That's fine. And we do that, but like, those are ways that you can increase it. So then the way I look at that is someone with a little bit higher income, they're gonna pay that $468 or $460 rent cap for a 3-bedroom unit. And they're really affordable rents, right? So maybe they're only, if you calculate it out in their income and what they're paying in rent, they're maybe only paying 12%, where the next neighbor's paying 20 because they're at rent cap also, but 20% of their income goes to that rent cap. So, I mean, if you look at that.
3 bedrooms in the free market right now are like $1,300, $1,400.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So I do want to mention that the tax credit project, which is going to fund the 36 unit, is totally different. So the way we calculate rent, you can throw that out the window. It is low income. The rents will be subsidized. It'll just be totally different the way we do it. Also, we're supposed to be vouchered 100%, so rental assistance vouchers from MISHDA, project-based ones, to that building. So operations, that will really help with operations in the future. So I just wanted to mention that while we're talking about rents. We submitted Affordable Housing Challenge grant through Enterprise, and this was also to go to the GAP funding. We didn't make the next round on that one. They had several applications, and it was through Wells Fargo and Enterprise, and so that was, it wasn't just designated to tribal housing, and they looked at all kinds of applications throughout the United States. So we didn't make that one, but we'll just keep on looking for things. And then we applied for a Indian Housing Block Grant competitive for construction of 26 units on the Savard property. We feel we pointed high and pointed well, so we're really hoping that we do get that grant.
When will we find out about that, Maria?
So it should be. We just found out about ICDBG. They were like 2 months out when we thought we'd find out about it. So we're thinking hopefully in September we'll hear something on that one.
Okay, very good.
So we're really hoping. And then we'll complete the infrastructure at the Savard and have it buildable. We're going to complete the Utility Authority ARPA Capital Improvement Project. And this was through our ARPA. We were able to replace all the septic systems, hydrants, meters, billing systems, all that stuff that goes with the Utility Authority for Hessel, Wetmore, and Manistee. That was greatly needed. Those systems were 30-plus years old. They were going to fail, and the Utility Authority runs in the red all the time anyways. So that was really a great thing to have available to us to utilize. We will relocate the playground and the basketball court to allow access to land for future development in Wetmore. So we're basically going down to the lower level in Wetmore. And the playground is going behind the community center, while the Wetmore warehouse where YEA is out of, and they'll have access right to that playground behind it. And the basketball court will go into the, that's like near the parking lot of that building. So it'll be a lot more contained for the children. We're developing site plans for buildable land in Manistee. And then we completed final wetland delineation in Escanaba. And then I talked about the DTE energy rebates. So 14 of our duplexes are going to be replaced this year yet. And we're just moving along. And that's all I had.
Okay, thank you for everything that you do, Maria. Lana?
I just want to make a comment on the, first of all, the 36 units in the Sioux and the 26 units in Sendingness that you're working on. That, when I tell people that, they're just so excited. I mean, that's such a good thing. It's a good plan, and even though it's not in Unit 2, it's so needed. So I'm so glad to see that, and I'm proud to say that when we talk about a transition from the shelter over to that project when it's done. So I wanted to say that. And I also wanted to say, and it's not highlighted in here, but it's worth highlighting to your staff and to you guys. When we built those four duplexes in Newberry and the 2 in Hessel, that was a seamless project, from the construction, from the timeline, everything from the groundbreaking, even the occupancy when it was time to do that. I mean, usually we hear, a lot of chatter and a lot of, it just went really, really well in a timely manner. No complaints, no anything. So I just want you to, 6 new elder units in Unit 2. We've waited a long time for things like that. And I just wanted to get, on behalf of Kim and I, we were there every step of the way, and it was a good project, and you guys did a fantastic job with that. And the other thing I wanted to say, and it was stated yesterday, that, the way we have our Housing Commission set up, I don't think it would be as effective if it wasn't the way it's set up now, the way that you guys plan and can collaborate and get things done without noses in there. So it is a staple how the Housing Commission is set up, and I think you guys do a wonderful job. And the department, such as, the construction that we did in Unit 2. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bridget?
Yeah, I just want to say that, going back a little bit of what Lana was saying, I try to check on that Savard project at least on a weekly level to look at the change, and it is so exciting, and we should be so proud that for sure in this community there has been no housing development other than the tribe that's really ever done anything in our community, going back to our first reservation to the housing project over by Little Bear to our elder complex. I mean, we don't have any city-owned housing developments at all. So there's nobody that are doing these type of projects in this community, and it's just really exciting. And hopefully we get grant funding to actually build units on it in the future. So it's you guys are all doing a great job, and you've had a lot thrown at you guys, and you continue to push through it and get it done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question that I forgot about. So I remember when we were talking about the funding that we received from the state of Michigan, it was unanticipated, especially how we were funding the Lodge of Hope. So we talked about using that extra funding to place an elder quad at Odenang. And then I think that priced out higher than what we expected, so it was supposed to become a triplex. Where are we at with that?
It's actually 2 duplexes, so we're
Two
gonna get
duplexes,
4.
okay.
We're gonna get 4 units out of it. We worked with the EDC, and we're actually trying to manufacture duplexes. We ended up going with crawl spaces because it brings the units lower, so that, because we're gonna put elderly in there, right? So we don't want it too high where there's steps or too much of the ramp's too high or anything like that. So that is in the works, and we might even be able to occupy them by the end of December.
Wonderful.
We're
Very
hoping.
exciting. Are those going to be modulars ordered through Gitche?
Yes.
Are they? Okay.
We were looking at a quad, but it wasn't going to work out. A lot of them that we looked at had, 2 levels.
But to do what we can afford, right?
Yeah, and
Yep.
there's multifamily options out there, so I put 26 units in for that grant if we're awarded it, but if we can do a combination of stick-built and manufactured, we may get a few more units. We may get a couple more tiny homes. We're going to look at plans to build our own tiny homes. Those were the people in the tiny homes are pretty happy, and it's working out well.
Okay. Well, thank you for everything that you do, Maria. The numbers that you presented today were really impressive, especially considering how many roofs we put over our tribal citizens' heads. So much appreciated. At this time, let's give our staff their lunch break. Let's reconvene I have it down at 1 o'clock, but we usually need a little bit more time. 1:15 sound good? Okay, 1:15.
The recording.
Go ahead and get started again. The department that we're on right now is ACFS, and I'm really excited for this presentation. So we have some very important ACFS staff here, along with our ACFS director, Jamie Moran. So Jamie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Anibuju, Gegekwe and Dishnakas, Nimki and Dodam, Bawating and Dinjaba. My colonized name is Jamie Moran, and I'm the Director of Anishinaabe Community and Family Services. Commonly referred to as ACFS throughout this presentation. ACFS is the tribe's social service agency. We offer a variety of services, and with me today I have our program directors. First is Megan Miller over Direct Services, Cheryl McCurchie, who's over USDA, Melissa Van Leuven, who's over Child Placement, Jessica McCurchie, who's over the Advocacy Resource Center, and Tammy Schroeder, who is ACFS Administrative Manager. This administrative team before you today manages over 51 cost centers and has an annual budget this year of $15.5 million. We have multiple revenue sources that are listed below, and I'm not going to read those all out. ACFS has over 90 team members that are located across the 7-county service area in Sault Ste. Marie, St. Ignace, Kinchelo, Manistee, and Munising. We provide both office-based and home-based services in the tribe's 7-county service area, but the USDA has the authority to deliver food to 15 counties within Michigan. ICWA monitoring service are delivered across the United States, and funeral assistance is available to members regardless of where they live across the globe. ACFS has 3 primary service components. There's 4 here because we never know quite where to put USDA, but it is in and of itself such an important service that's delivered to our community that it's listed as a standalone component. So we have Direct Services, USDA, Child Placement, and again, the Advocacy Resource Center. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Megan, who is our Direct Services Program Director, to talk a little bit more about the services that her programs deliver.
Good afternoon. I have the pleasure of speaking to you first about the direct services component, and I will share a bit about that. But I also want to really point out and bring to your attention that my coworkers are ACFS team members, the agency as a whole. You're going to hear some highlights about the work that we do, about the services that we provide for our membership. And that's very important. I wanted to start off with that first and foremost in your heads. So the direct services arm is a large component focused on increasing self-sufficiency for the tribal membership. It is reducing immediate crisis barriers and eliminating them when at all possible. It is providing resources to the membership that they may take and utilize. And we are not working on protecting our sovereignty issues. We are not protecting our families and our children as other components are. We're not feeding our membership, and we're not protecting victims and survivors. But what we are doing is keeping membership housed. We are keeping the lights on and the water utilities to allow those members to meet their full potential and work towards self-sufficiency. How we do that is with our variety of programs. Our largest program that we offer is our LIHEAP home heating component. It provides a significant credit to an individual's heating vendor to help them get through our brutal, at times, winter seasons that seems to last 9 months of the year. It also has a crisis component that will remediate that emergency within 48 hours. That is getting people that are out of their propane, so they can heat their homes, their propane stoves, water heaters, things like that work. It's maintaining adequate housing. It has a weatherization component that can assist with high dollar items such as a replacement or a repair of a furnace and water heaters.
It has a cooling element that helps individuals with a requirement to have cooling equipment due to a medical condition. And that also assists our membership during the summer months, especially people with breathing issues. That is what that component would do. We are funded, again, as Jamie said, with a variety of funding sources. Another program that we do have a higher utilization rate is our Tribal General Assistance Program that's funded by the BIA. And this program provides temporary income placement to tribal members who are unable to work due to a medical condition or a behavioral health condition. It may be supporting that individual with their basic needs items while they are working through obtaining an alternate source of income, such as Social Security, disability, or state disability assistance. It also provides direct job training activities, work-related activities. Our resources are monetary and they're non-monetary for people that are currently without employment, or maybe they're looking to upgrade some of their soft skills, hard skills, and seek a different type of employment. Our Native Employment Works program is funded by HHS, and that is designed to support tribal households with dependent children in their care to obtain and maintain employment. Our biggest item that we see is people need auto repair to get to work. They need to have insurance to keep their car legally on the road, and those services are designed to help people maintain and obtain a new type of employment. We have a variety of emergency assistance programs, and they are broken down by a funding source. We have one program. It's funded by HHS. It is set at 100% of poverty. To give you an idea of what that would be, a single individual, household of one, is $1,241 a month. So that is removing immediate barriers such as a housing issue, utility assistance. It's travel to specialized or needed medical care that they can't get in this rural area, which is a healthcare desert. I think we all know this. It does a variety of, it falls under that emergency assistance arm. Within that, we also have a tribally funded emergency assistance program, and those guidelines are set at 200% of poverty to catch those people who do not fall into that category of very low income, but they still need some help at times. We do have caps on the individual usage of this program. We need to ensure that we have the funding available to the membership to meet that immediate need, but also preserve that funding for the remainder of the funding year. People cannot plan for emergencies. They cannot plan for a spouse to be life flighted out, or a diagnosis which requires some long-term treatment. So we do fund quite a few medical travel requests. Finally, we have a casino-funded program for our team members. There is no requirement that you have to be a Sioux Tribe member or household. The criteria is having an emergency situation and being a Sioux Tribe employee, governmental, casino, and EDC alike. So that is our emergency assistance arm. We also administer an emergency housing program. That funding comes through us from Sioux Tribe Housing. It's NAHASDA funding. That program is specifically limited to addressing immediate housing barriers, security deposits, past due rents, preventing foreclosures, and a mortgage. So those items are the limitations for our emergency housing program. We also operate a child care assistance fund program. That program has two arms. One, it provides subsidies to eligible tribal households so parents can work, attend a job training program, or an approved educational program that is making quality child care affordable to our membership. The other arm of our Child Care and Development Fund, we call it CCDF, is a regulatory portion which is responsible for the regulatory duties of the tribally licensed child care homes and centers. Those include our Sioux Tribe Early Childhood Education Programs, Head Start, Early Head Start, and Child Care. At this time, we have one tribally licensed home on reservation land. That home is transitioning to licensure under the state of Michigan's Child Development Care Program. It also provides mini grants, assistance for training activities, needed health and safety equipment, items that would help correct a finding in a licensing inspection. Overall, that portion of the program helps the providers to increase the quality of care they are providing. Our providers range from state licensed centers, tribally licensed centers, EUP, ISD, Universal 4 program, preschool programs that charge a tuition. It also includes what are termed as group and family childcare homes. That is an individual who is providing childcare to a limited amount of children unrelated to them in their home. And then finally, we also have providers that are certified relative care providers. So that is helping those relatives provide care to those children, either in the relative's home or the child's home. As Jamie mentioned, we offer the Self-Sufficiency Funeral Fund. That is a limited up to $1,000 for the funeral associated costs for that tribal member. It is available to them no matter where they live. The caveat or the one wrinkle in that program is at this time, prepaid funerals would not be something that would be eligible for our funeral program at this time. Finally, we have the Lodge of Hope transitional or homeless shelter that's here in Sault Ste. Marie. It is a 21-bed non-congregate shelter facility that provides on-site case management. The individuals, the tribal members that are staying at the shelter are working on their number one goal of to becoming rehoused. What that looks like for each tribal household can be very different. Some households move out quickly, some it does take some time. At this time, there is no current limit to the state of the shelter stay. One of the reasons for this is because it can take quite a few things that need to happen to fall into place in order to secure housing. We all know there is a limited stock of affordable and safe housing in our area. That is one of the reasons it can take longer for some rather than others to remain at the shelter. Our next slide talks about some statistics at our Lodge of Hope shelter from January through the end of June of 2026. I want to point out that 69 households that include 96 individuals, they have used our shelter services from January 1 to June 30th. So that in and of itself, I think, is tremendous. And it says a lot about the need for not only our shelter, but also some endeavors the tribe is working on as far as permanent supportive housing and the next steps to rehouse our membership. I refer to the term as tribal households because for most of our direct services programs, we will provide service or determine someone to be eligible if they are a Sioux Tribe member, of course, but you could be a non-native spouse of a Sioux Tribe member and in need of services. You could be the non-native parent of a minor Sioux Tribe member child that's needing services, whether it be from our emergency needs program or our shelter services at the Lodge of Hope. Our next slide talks about the households, the individuals we've served throughout the other programs that I've mentioned today. I just look at it, if you look at it, 3,570 individuals received the services from ACFS Direct Services. It removed an immediate barrier or resolved a crisis. It provided informational resources to those households across the service area. We do have some households that need to utilize the program more than once in a year, and that is okay. We will always be there. If we could not, for some reason, provide financial services, we're going to be providing the information, and then that would be available to them as well.
So the 3578, that total number, that is for like pamphlet and information, or is that that is?
These are families served with financial benefits.
These are those
So those are
3578.
those are the
Financial.
total individuals that encompass those households.
Okay,
The 2,198.
okay.
Some of our membership may utilize LIHEAP, and then they may have some medical travel, and they may use emergency needs.
Right.
They may use Native Employment Works because they're wheelchair.
There's a dollar amount attached to all those. Those aren't numbers that include a pamphlet or just information.
For those programs in total, I did not provide those dollar amounts in this particular presentation.
Okay.
They
I don't.
are in my monthly report, and if you would like consolidated from January to June, I can get that for you.
I'm not asking for that. I just wondered if it was a dollar amount was attached to those, and the answer is yes. Yep.
I can include it in future presentations.
Nope, just.
I did, for our next slide, pull out our funeral assistance financial numbers and our CCDF, Child Care and Development Fund numbers. I think that's very telling. So from January to June, the big number, the $838,253.82 is what our child care program have spent for the 6 months to provide subsidies so tribal households can go to work or go to school, and then provide quality activity opportunities such as a mini grant to our summer recreation program for those administrative costs that help that program offer the service they offer. Also included are things that we would offer to our relative providers, our group and family providers centers as well. ACFS staff runs payroll every 2 weeks for CCDF. Do you know, Megan, off the top of your head? So in the summer months, for those childcare subsidies, it has been ranging between $68,000 and $71,000 every 2 weeks. It does decrease slightly when school-age children are back in school. Then they're only using childcare for limited hours. My final slide is just some pictures that are important to me, and I wanted to share them with you. We do some community outreach workers, outreach events with our case managers. We do have a limited staff, but we are there at community events.
And then I always take every opportunity to highlight our new sign that was installed this year, this spring at the Lodge of Hope, and a picture of our shelter office staff building.
Do you have any questions for Megan before we move on to the next presenter?
Any questions, comments to Megan about the programs that she outlined? I appreciate all your hard work, Megan.
Thank you.
Truly.
Absolutely. So next up, we have Cheryl, who will talk about our USDA program.
Hello. As Jamie mentioned, we can service up to 15 counties. We currently tailgate, which is have our truck deliver food to 8 sites, Manistee twice. And we also do nutrition education to help everybody understand how to use our foods, how to store our foods.
I have a
And-
quick question, if you don't
Yeah.
mind pausing. Do we have any teaching kitchens in the tribe? I was told we have one in the Big Bear, but I've never seen it.
It's
Do we?
upstairs. Mhm.
Okay, I'll follow up with you on that then.
Yeah, yeah, they have a really nice one upstairs at Big Bear. We have one, one at there, and then the health center has a small area too.
Thank you.
Yeah. I am trying to get a nutrition educator right now. Once she gets in there, our signal system, our computer system, does a food contest. So we want to get that up and going as soon as I get them in, so. The other thing that I wanted, we just recently opened up online applications. We have a portal for that, and then our next portal will be online food ordering. So the outlying areas can just go online and order their food instead of us sending them the paperwork and they send it back into us. So that'll be another portal that we'll have. And then my next slide with the numbers, we have on an average for the last from January to June, we had an average of 442 families that were approved, 747 family members that were served on an average. And then $531,412 of food that were given out. And on the side, you can see how many families were approved in each area. And then the other thing that I wanted to discuss is when people apply with us, they think that our family of one is, you can only make $1,500, a little over $1,500 a month. And what people don't understand is we allow deductions. Let's say you make $3,000 and we can take up to 50% of that off in different utility costs. Not only heat, electric, water, phones, garbage, there's just a big list of things that we can take off to bring that, your income down. If you're on SSI, you're automatically approved, no matter how much money you make. Social Security, we approve you for a year. So there's different things that we can help people get approved for food. The other thing that I wanted to mention to members, I sit in on some SNAP consultations, and members of federally recognized tribes are exempt from the SNAP work requirement. So just in case somebody didn't know that. Any questions?
Any questions or comments from anybody? What I'll say is, when I was a kid, we got commods, and it looks completely different. You know, I got commods, I think, 1 month when I was in grad school to help out, and it looks like a grocery store. Not only that, the ingredients are indigenous ingredients. Historically, like, we were given ingredients that cause us to get diabetes. You know, I heard a really nice way to phrase it, commod bod, and I think we're moving away from that, so I think you're doing a good job. Appreciate it.
And the next slide actually shows the store concept
Oh, yes.
that the USDA now has.
Yes, the two board members stopped by one day and saw the store, and they were surprised on the store concept. They were surprised at the warehouse that we have. We have a huge area with your refrigerators, freezers. You can see we added the shelving back in our warehouse, so we've come a long way.
I grew up on Kamats too, but I always thought it was a balanced diet. Cheese and prunes, it all works itself out in the end.
I think what is particularly exciting too about the USDA program, Cheryl's participation in the SNAP conversations, the photographs that I saw on Facebook of the community garden was absolutely amazing. Like, food sovereignty is such a critical piece to our communities and to our relatives, and seeing that the food trucks that come in, the coordination with the volunteers, like, we are working together as relatives the way it's supposed to be, the way it was, and that just it gives me chills, and I just wanted to share that.
The
Yeah.
National Advisory?
No.
Oh, okay. You were, though.
No, I'm on the Midwest Region Board.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm on the Midwest Region Board. I'm the treasurer for that, but, yeah, so.
So next up then, we have Melissa Van Leuven with Child Placement.
Thank you. Our first slide is talking about a huge piece of our child placement component, which is our Benoji Placement Agency. We are still the only tribe that holds a child placing agency license and contract with MDHHS. That was something that was instituted back in the 80s when our programs were being built. Our tribal leaders wanted us to have the authority and the sovereignty to do our own services for our own children, and so that's been ongoing. We provide direct foster care case management, direct adoption services. We also provide state of Michigan foster home licensing as well as tribal foster home licensing, all under kind of the Benoji umbrella. During this period, we had 57 children in care. 15 of those closed with the reunification, and one closed being adopted by a tribal family. Again, we have, limited adoption numbers, but one of the goals of our tribe is if children can't be safely returned to their parents, that they're with their families, that they're with tribal families, and sometimes with our community members. And I feel like we have that as a priority. We work very hard to make those things happen, and I think we have a lot of success with that. That being said, we always are in need of resources and placements and providers, so if anyone knows anyone, please let us know. We did provide licensing services to 60 families. Part of what we do when we case manage is we provide parenting time for parents and children. And so we have some parent aid staff that run nonstop, making sure that those things happen. And the standards for young children are 3 times weekly, and older children 2 times weekly. So given our service area and some of the distances that we travel, that is a lot. And they did 390 parenting times with 709 client transports, and that equaled 30,896 miles. So I think that's like when we're presenting budgets and things, when we say like staff travel, like these are the things we're talking about. It's the direct, services to the families in the communities that we live in. We also, as Megan's, I think all of ACFS programs try to keep a high profile in the community to make sure that the community is aware of who we are, where we are, what we do, and that they have a connection if they need one. So we did, across the community, 12 events, and about 1,134 people visited. So we've also been trying to expand out into some of our smaller communities, because a lot of times we might get a hub in the Sioux or Annistique. We're trying to hit some of our smaller, more rural communities just to make sure that the members that live in those areas have that same access to information.
Would you guys be interested in distributing some food next time the food truck comes to the Sioux?
We could.
Yeah? Okay, I'll send you the
Do you
info.
mean our staff or?
They want to volunteer for a couple hours. We've had a lot of volunteers from different departments, and in my opinion, it's a really great way to get back to the community. It's a really great way, just to see our people through a different perspective and a different lens.
Yeah. No, I think we can coordinate that.
Is it possible to put one of their pamphlets
about,
in the boxes that
delivering
gives the
to,
breakdown of
families?
ACFS?
Like, coming and getting it, and delivering it to our families that.
Well, I think our staff do actually do some of that. Like, we bring people and make those options available.
Yeah.
But it's very case by case, so, I mean, I don't know if we're talking about something different, or.
One thing that we can do is we could potentially put a pamphlet with you guys' service in the boxes of food that we
Oh,
distribute. That
yeah.
would be big. And I've also been in communication with Feeding America to start our own food pantry completely free of charge. So we'd have to have the staff capture like all the reporting and send that to the organization, but they would send a truck like once or twice a month. We would have to store it. The storage could include cold storage, which would impact the types of ingredients that they send over, but it could be a good thing. If we do something like that, though, let's make it on the reservation. Like I was kind of brainstorming a little bit, like the Shadow in Haven would be a good site because they have that garage there that the health division has cleaned out, and the space is about even, right? And it's walking distance from the reservation, so it's right smack dab within the community. But let's talk more about it, okay?
Would we get the space for free?
You wouldn't need to pay for it. Like,
Thank you.
we take care of it. Yeah. I have some ideas. We'll talk more about it, though.
And no, just part of the services that we do provide are letting members know of different options that they can access, assisting them with, getting to and getting resources. And I think that's like a lot of what we do with families is partnering to connect them with direct services, USDA, other community resources, so.
Tyler has a question or comment.
Yeah, now that we have, both the community center and health center up and running in Marquette, are we able to get USDA services to go that far?
We currently go to Marquette, but we go to the Ojibwe Casino parking lot. That's where we take the truck. I would love to have a store on the western end. I did look at a couple of places to do that, but if you can come up with a place, I'd love to put a store over there.
Don't tell them that.
We have space in the community center. We could talk about looking at refurbishing some of the garage spaces. We'd have to invest a little money into that, but we can talk to Andrew and the guys about that if you'd like to do that offline.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Tyler.
Okay. One of the big events that we kind of coordinate every year is our Family Fun event, which has been going for many, many years. It started out as just a kind of recognition of March's Parenting Awareness Month, trying to get an opportunity for children and families to come together and have some fun. And during COVID, we weren't able to do the in-person event. And we had some drive-by events that weren't very well attended, and it was also in March and April where the weather was not the best for those types of things. So we did go back to our in-person event, and the past 2 years it's been hugely successful the same way it was back then. It's always just, I don't know if you've attended, but going and seeing kids and families and our programs and everyone coming together in a good way. We had 518 people attend this past year, so again, that's just something that has been changed to be something that happens, routinely, and I feel like the community looks forward to it, our children and families look forward to it, so. And it does take a lot of work and planning and some donations, but it's always worth it, so.
It's one of the best events that we have in the Sioux. It's always shoulder to shoulder packed. It's a great event, you guys.
The next slide is talks a little bit about our family support programs. And so with all that we do a lot of just basic family support where the focus isn't court or protective services per se. These programs work with the families where they're at, in their homes, on the needs that they identify. So for the first half of the year, we've had 39 families with prevention, Nurturing Parenting Program is just a very popular program. It's a program that's open to families who can do it voluntarily, and many times in child welfare cases, the courts do order that program. But we have worked hard to have it be a program that works for our children and families. It is a standardized program, but we have modifications to work with parents of different abilities, different backgrounds, and just trying to make sure that we have the cultural pieces in there and support the family in some of those types of activities as well. And our family continuity program is the program targets families who have identified abuse and neglect findings, but again, it works in the home with the family on their specific needs. And another program that's, I would say, pretty vital is our adolescent in-home assistance program. We do have a large adolescent population that, you know, has a variety of needs. This program was kind of developed after we had closed down our NDAN group home many years ago now, but trying to focus on, rather than having children sent out of our community, that we work within our community with the resources and trying to make sure that we can maintain children in the community safely, and or if they do have to go out of area for a residential or some other treatment, that we have a process to bring them back to the community. And we generally have wait lists for the program. We have been working in partnership with Tribal Court on some of the new diversion and different ideas. Recently, we have our new judge, and some of the discussion has been about, I think the board had talked about like a healing to wellness model for our adolescents, and just how can we all partner on some of those ideas and bring them into fruition. I don't know that it doesn't seem like it's a problem getting smaller as far as some of the youth and, you know, how they're handling and how we're handling situations. So it's just trying to kind of bring it to what works for us and our communities and our children, so. Oh, gosh. The next slide is talking about one of the kind of core functions of our program. Under code, ACFS is responsible for primary children and adult protective services on our Sioux Tribe trust land. And so our trust land currently has, you know, 916 addresses that are identified across the 7-county service area. So that means that our staff are responsible for responding to complaints of abuse and neglect. And we do have a after-hours agreement in place with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services to cover emergency after hours and, say, holiday or weekend coverage. There's a process in place where they would respond imminently and then transfer the case to us as soon as possible. Over the course of this time frame, we had 109 families that we worked with in the course of an investigation. Sometimes it's assigned and we just do a preliminary investigation and offer services. Other times there could be a more detailed investigation and at times possibly court action. But that primary response is under ACFS authority, under our responsibility. So it's kind of a critical piece of what we do. And calls come in day, night, sometimes 5 a day. And so it's always just trying to have the staff and resources to provide that imminent response. We also do adult protection. I feel like our numbers in that area are low, but they do happen. And when they do happen, again, just making sure that we're able to respond and resolve the situations. In-home care is an ongoing protective services matter. So we had 9 families that had ongoing, you know, intervention. Those interventions can be court-ordered or voluntary. It just depends on the need and the seriousness.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I have a suggestion, I think. So with adult protective services, I remember when we instituted this about 20 years ago almost now. But so there's a lot of shame involved where people don't want to come forward with what's happening. And then other people that are doing the abusing are, you know, obviously trying to keep secret sort of thing. So it's probably not much different than abusing children. But do we present at elder luncheons and meals and stuff to offer what our services, but also just to go back through and explain what that looks like. And that you can call, that if you can call and it's confidential, you know, because sometimes it just takes getting the information so they can take that step.
No, right now we don't currently do that, but I don't know that it isn't a bad idea. One of the caveats, I guess, for us is our jurisdiction with adults and our funding more or less is limited to like the investigatory function of that. So once we have identified situations, we have to rely on like our elder services, community-based services. Many times it's family members to kind of come around the elder or resolve the issue. So as ACFS, we don't provide like adult services, only the investigation piece of it, but that doesn't alleviate the need, like you said, to have those relationships, resources. And again, if those providers don't understand the process, you know, I think that's a really good suggestion.
So maybe we need an environmental scan to figure out how to pull the cross programs and services to connect that.
So I know in the past the ARC has presented at elder luncheons. I think it could definitely happen again, but I know like I was a community educator probably 10 years ago now, and I had presented back then, and I know we have had discussions through the years. It wasn't always well received. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. It really kind of depended on the crowd, but it was always good to get the information out. It's a hard discussion, but it definitely needs to happen, and elder abuse does fall under something that we do at the ARC. So we have definitely had that discussion and would definitely be willing to continue that.
Now that I'm an elder, I'm thinking about it more. I was good on my nephews and nieces.
And I somewhat misspoke there because when I said it's not ACFS, but for child placement, the adult protection piece is under our scope of responsibility, but as an agency, that's broader, so I apologize. The last slide is, well, not the last slide, but the last program, kind of big component under my child placement program is our ICWA monitoring. It is a large program that has a large caseload. We currently have 372 cases that we've serviced this period. And those are in Michigan. Primarily our caseload is in Michigan, but also across the United States. And so currently we have cases in 22 other states. And some of the nuances of that are that each state has its own jurisdictional requirements. So ICWA is a federal law that covers the whole country, but various states have their own versions of ICWA or don't, and then they choose to implement the law according to their state policies, procedures, practice. I think that the work that we do in ICWA has continued to get more complex and intricate. There's a lot of courts that are requiring different things. There's a lot of courts that aren't allowing our intervention, so we're, you know, having to take different actions in different ways. So we continue to try to navigate that process case by case. Our staff have served as expert witnesses 63 times. Outside of the caseload, we process all of the inquiries and notices that come to Sioux Tribe. I'm the designated agent for our tribe, so under statute, those notices should be coming to us and to me to process and to know if it's a case that requires intervention or, you know, how we want to respond or proceed. So outside of that, we're doing all of this inquiry, information gathering and processing for cases that then become a case. As a course of all the work we do under child placement, we processed 1,776 court orders for the 6-month period. And so that almost is a full-time job in and of itself, trying to manage all of the information coming in. We have an agency calendar and making sure that our staff are prepared and ready to attend and respond as needed. So, so we feel like it's just a number that we want people to know because it's not something that just happens without a lot of work behind the scenes sometimes. And sometimes the judges will call and hold you on the phone if we're not prepared. So it's that serious. And the next slides are just like our overall numbers across all the programs.
Any questions for Melissa? We're like getting close to our end time. Do you want us just to, no, don't apologize, Missy. It's all great information. We just want to be respectful to the next individual or group that's coming in. You want us just to fly through it?
You're fine, just keep going.
Okay. Next up, then, we have Jessica McCurchie from the Advocacy Resource Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like Jamie said, I'm Jessica McCurchie. I am the program director for the Advocacy Resource Center. So we are the victim services agency under ACFS, and we provide victim services, which are culturally honoring to those that we serve. And I don't know that the slide's up there, but our first slide should be number 22, which outlines the services that we provide. So we aim to respond to violence in our community and ultimately prevent violence with our services. And the services we provide are really core advocacy. So we have 3 advocates located in our Sault Ste. Marie office, and then 1 is housed in our satellite office within the ACFS office in Manistee. And they basically provide like crisis intervention, emotional support, any kind of needs that a victim can encounter. And that can include like safety planning, immediate, ongoing, if they need to create a safety plan, if they need to change it, stuff of that nature. Transportation, which can encompass a lot of things within their goal-oriented needs, whether it be like transporting them to court, transporting them to employment if they're trying to gain independence, if they need assistance getting to medical appointments. If we can find a way to assist them with something, we're going to try our hardest to make it fit and turn it into a yes. We also provide financial assistance to victims. Oftentimes, like their abuser may leave the home and leave them with the bills, or they may be relocating or fall on hard times due to that victimization. They may miss work, stuff of that nature. If they're eligible for financial assistance, it's under multiple funding sources. So it really just depends what their needs are, whether or not they're going to be eligible. We can provide stuff such as gas cards for transportation assistance with utilities, rent, stuff of that nature to get them caught up on financial needs so that that is not their primary concern when they're already going through a really hard situation. We also provide legal advocacy, which is can be PPO assistance with the help of preparing a PPO, helping them file it, get through the court process, how that looks. Say someone appeals it, being that support in the courtroom for a victim if they need it. We assist with crime victim compensation assistance, which would be an application through the state of Michigan. If they have those financial needs that they qualify for, we can assist with that. We provide criminal justice advocacy, which can be court accompaniment, again, stuff of that nature. And we often respond in multiple jurisdictions, tribal, state, federal, which can be scary and look different. And those supports are really needed in those situations. We also have our sexual violence services under the ARC, which is really focused on sexual assault victimization and advocacy. And under that, we also have our cultural healing educator that provides education services specific to sexual assault victimization, community education, and then there's also individual advocacy specific to sexual assault, and also secondary victims, such as families that would have needs as well. We have a really good program with outreach and community education. We have phenomenal educators that really respond to the community needs and what they need as far as education and spreading the word about our services and really just any kind of community needs. events. They plan all of our awareness events. We had a domestic violence awareness walk prior to COVID that had really good outreach and numbers, and COVID kind of skewed that. And we kind of tried to do like a car drive-through type event. It just wasn't working, and they get creative and have turned it now into a scare away violence event. So it's more family focused, but we can still provide that education to the community and really hit the whole family versus just individuals. And so it's a really fun event for the whole family with the kids, and it just makes it so that everybody comes out together to do those things. We also have our emergency IPV shelter, which I highlight on another slide, so I won't go too deep into that. And then what we noticed was a complete lack of data for missing and murdered Indigenous persons several years back. So we started maintaining our own database for that, and also coordinating referrals on that. And then if we could go to the next slide. Yeah.
Well, that's good news to hear that you guys took the initiative to do that. You're on our own. Do we have those numbers? I mean, off the top of your head?
I don't have them on the top of my head. I know she shares them on Facebook often, and usually how we get, like, we'll look in newspapers. I know some families will reach out individually. She'll solicit kind of on Facebook for those numbers.
I think there's quite a few of us attending the MMIP in October,
Mhm.
myself included. So I'll look on Facebook for that information, but
I can send it out too.
Okay, yeah, that just
Yeah.
perked my ears. That's a very good thing, 'cause
Yeah,
you're right.
and I know
there's
she
not a
just
lot.
updated, we unfortunately had another number added very recently. So I know she was just working on updating that, so I can send that out too.
That's a good thing, thank you.
Yeah. The next slide is just a highlight of some of our numbers. And I just wanted to kind of highlight with our educators and their outreach that our Facebook numbers and our event numbers have increased significantly. So we're over 1 million views and people that we've reached for this reporting period. And it's not just our own personal events, it's also collaboration within the tribal community and within the community as a whole to get our information out there. And then if we could go to the next slide, that kind of highlights our Lodge of Bravery, which is our temporary emergency intimate partner domestic violence shelter. I know we've probably highlighted it before, but I kind of wanted to update some pictures and just give a general overview of that. So our shelter is culturally honoring, gender integrated, it's staffed 24 hours a day, handicap accessible, and secure communal living facility. We have an on-site pet kennel, which to my knowledge is still the only one in Michigan, so that anyone fleeing does not have to worry about the safety of their pet, which we found often prior to having the kennel was a huge barrier to people wanting to leave. We have indoor and outdoor children play areas, on-site laundry facilities, and a traditional medicine garden, which is really in need of some tending that we've just started doing. Oh, I thought you had something.
You guys don't mind pausing? Kim Gravel has a question or
Yeah.
On page 23,
Yeah.
in May, your numbers for your Facebook reach and events reach were phenomenal. What did you do different in that month?
So May, the awareness month for May is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Month, and we do get huge numbers for for events, and we get a lot of engagement on our social media.
More, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, what happened there?
Yeah.
Okay,
Ashley?
thank you.
How many events did the ARC do throughout the 7-county service area for the MMIP?
So the ARC hosted, ourselves hosted one. I know we collaborate with a lot of community partners, if they want to host as well, because we are only one program to
Yeah.
be able to. And it typically is always done on the same day. So this year we hosted in Newberry, I think last year was St. Ignace, and then we always have a couple staff members that go, they have a big Michigan-wide one in Grand Rapids, and so we always have a couple that go down to that one as well.
And then you guys do the setup on the reservation for the MMIP, that all the red dresses that you
Yes.
see down there? That's
Yeah, we do it
ERC?
on in all of the 7 counties.
Okay, thank you.
Unrelated, you guys are talking about gardening and weeds, right? Jamie, can you get a hold of me? No, I'm offering to volunteer. So the Lodge of Hope has some of the most beautiful gardens in Sault Ste. Marie. Like if you were to plant those garden beds, I mean, you'd be spending in excess of $10,000. Next spring, get a hold of me. I'll pull weeds and I'll find some volunteers. I'll check with the court, see if they have anyone that needs volunteer hours. A lot of them come to do Feeding America, and I'm sure they'd be willing to do this as well. I'm serious, let me know. I'll be there.
No, I know we actually had because our maintenance person at Lodge of Hope, we haven't had one since May. So like we actually had a work bee where staff was bloody and bruised and had big snippers, and like we cleaned the whole front.
We'll spread
but
it
the
out.
gardens are everywhere.
We'll spread it out, and what I found out recently is that Mike and Ashley are really good at pulling weeds too. They help me out, so. we'll
I
bring
will
them along.
absolutely accept that offer of assistance.
All right, sounds good.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And then the next couple of slides are just a couple of highlights from the January to June. So we obtained a new program vehicle, which replaced just kind of an outdated vehicle and allows us to do all of our client transports, attend meetings, attend those important trainings, stuff of that nature. And then this also, the last one was our MMIP event in Grand Rapids and Newberry. And then these are just some of the events that our educators, both the cultural healing educator and community educator, participate in tribal and community-wide.
I will throw it out there, Orange Shirt Day is coming up.
Yes, September 30th.
Thank you, Director Gravel. The community, actually, the MMIP events and the Orange Shirt events, those are their priority activities. That's how important and significant those events are to our citizens and our communities. So we're proud to continue to be able to offer those opportunities for participation and education and awareness. Thank you, Jessica.
A couple things to share. First of all, the NAMUS position is posted right now, the National NAMUS position. So if you know of anybody, I think they're looking for somebody with a law enforcement background. And of course, there's some reforms we'd like to see there, so that if they could, if they could take down the names of the tribe when they put that information, and if they could auto notify tribes when somebody is populated in that database, that'd be helpful. Excuse me, I'm getting choked up. Now, they also have a coordinator position posted in Ho-Chunk. It has a company that actually is doing the screening for it, so if you know of anybody. And then also, on the 24th, the Department of Justice is doing an MMIP Tribal Community Response Plan training program, and it's a webinar. So I just forwarded the email to you. And we're one of the first ones in the country, but so anyway, you might be interested in joining that session as well.
Might already be signed up for that.
Oh, good. And then lastly, so with Ashley's election and her background, she's jumping right in. Somebody twisted her arm a little bit, but she's gonna, my hope is that she'll take over to be our board advocate at that level. I don't know how much longer I'll be around, but somebody needs to take over that, and she's excited about it, and we're gonna work as a team in September at Tulalip, so.
That would be an amazing succession plan. So with no further questions for Jessica, we'll quickly whip through our administrative changes that have taken place in the last 6 months, and I'll turn it over to Tammy.
So just really quickly, we've tackled a few projects throughout ACFS this last
6 months, or the first 6 months of the year. We have moved a lot of our office staff around. We found that there were offices that had a mixture of family services staff and Benoji staff, and so we have them all working now in the same work areas where it makes sense for them to work, not only for confidentiality reasons, just for efficiencies within the offices. We had a problem with our visitor client room. We have a room that's set up for clients to be able to come in. They can use the computer if they need to apply for a job, if they need to go online and apply for Cheryl's program, anything like that. There's a computer there. We are having some mildew smell in that room, and so we were able to get with housing. They had to do some pretty major flooring repair and were able to correct that problem. So that room is back up and operational and can be used again. We had storage that was up at the USDA building of very old child welfare files and also direct services files. So there were 2 large rooms in that facility that we were paying space for files that we found were beyond the retention period, the majority of them. So we were able to destroy files that were beyond retention periods that we need for anything. They were files back sometimes into the 70s and 80s that we still had. So that was able to free up that space in the USDA building and save us some money with our annual space costs. And in doing that, we were able to develop a centralized file room. So now direct services and child welfare at the main ACFS office have a centralized file room that's organized, easy to find things. We're working still on retention, labeling everything, so retention period, so we don't ever have to go through this big, huge project again like we did this past spring. And the next slide just basically shows some of those areas that were redone, our supply area and our room that we're currently using now as a client visitor room for space. Thank you.
Any questions for Tammy?
No questions.
No questions.
Anything else to go over?
Just a couple other additions. I can't remember if we reported out when we were here in May. We have started discussions with BIA regarding the potential of accessing their funeral assistance program. Potential expansion, the $1,000 funeral benefit that's provided currently by Sioux Tribe has no income eligibility. If we were able to access the BIA funeral assistance, we would have those meeting income guidelines potentially able to receive an additional $3,500. So we're looking into that. We are also exploring the tribal TANF program. There will be a resolution coming before you probably next week seeking authorization just to begin an exploration phase. That requires a letter be sent to HHS. They contact the state of Michigan. State of Michigan makes a determination based on data from many, many years ago and what the allocation amount could potentially look like. That would be like the first step of exploration. We have done, Cheryl did some exploration, Larry did too, on possible uses. It is very flexible for tribes, and one of the potential opportunities would be to partially fund the Lodge of Hope, but it would be individual specific regarding eligibility and what types of services that would cover.
Yeah, but before you do, like, we had a very productive meeting in Idaho. So me and Jamie sit on the ACF TAC advisory. She's my technical advisor. So I mean, obviously the Office of TANF is within the umbrella of ACF. So we have all the contact information, have really good access to the important people that we're gonna need to set this up. Go ahead.
So, so you could do case management.
Yes.
And you could do enhanced case management for the Lodge of Hope. But the other area that I don't think we do as much as we could do is the Native Employment Works, and also WIOA, which is not under you guys, but because some of the work that I did with TANF, so I helped create the National TANF Task Force under NCAI. And some of the tribes in California, so they didn't evolve like we did, and they're very small, so they have to depend on TANF. And we have a lot of programs and services, but when we got big, we got discombobulated, and TANF could be used to supplement and be the connector services across the spectrum. And so, and so also don't get stuck in the trap with, ACFS does fund states, and then states pair off a portion of it that makes its way back to tribes. But that's not the only way that they operate, because we can get TANF funds directly, and we can tap into those state funds as well.
Additionally.
So, yeah, so I did
Yeah.
2 years of consultation with tribes across the country to find out what tribes are doing and what they would like to be doing. So there's all kinds of things we can do, and we can cater it to our needs.
Absolutely, it is very flexible. The last thing is we're looking, I think they call them 477 programs, where funding sources like CCDF, new, TANF, I believe, might be one of them, not 4B yet, where it actually funnels directly to the tribe through a pre-agreement that's done between BIA, I think, and. Yes. Better than CTAS. It reduces some of the administrative burden that ACFS is currently experiencing. The reporting requirements for CCDF alone is like we have 4 years of awards rolling right now that we're having to report on each one of those multiple times a year. It's a capacity issue too, and let's work smarter, not harder. It sounds like the 477s were explored previously in 2018, but I would appreciate your support in exploring that as being an option in 2026.
It's a better option than what we have, and that is also under the umbrella of ACF.
Yes.
We have access to the right people to research that as well.
Yes, those are the only additions I have.
Yep.
That means we're gonna get the money.
We're going to change some federal regulations that are barriers to delivering services to our people, for sure.
All right,
So-
thank you, ladies. You have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Real quick. One, thank you for all the info. That's a lot of info you guys just gave us. So the two things would be is, one, are these numbers typical for a year? And then two, do you guys see anything on the rise that for our members that we're gonna need to address shortly? Because you guys are the front line when it comes to those services that are needed from our members. So one, is that a typical year, and then typical data? And then two, do you guys see anything on the rise that we're gonna need to address soon?
I can't personally answer if that's a typical year, only having been there
Yeah.
for 8 months or 9 months now. As far as emerging issues, where we had to take a look at the constitutional change recommendations and how that might potentially impact services that we do right now, I think I submitted several pages of potential considerations. Open enrollment continues to be a challenge, where I expressed previously where it was just, you had to have a parent enrolled, that was easy peasy. Now we're receiving packets like this with historical family and genealogy information, and Missy has done a great job working with enrollment. They have supported us and they are assisting with us trying to go through this additional work. Does anybody else have anything to add that we see the SNAP benefit cut? I think it's important that that information was relayed to our people. Thank you, Cheryl, because if our people don't know that the work requirements can be waived, they might not even go in to apply or maintain their benefits. So information sharing and communication is huge. But any other critical things coming up that anybody can think of outside of that?
A million things, I'm sure.
A million things, yeah, absolutely. But thank you for asking.
All right, thank you.
Because that's important.
Nicely done, ladies. Appreciate all the work that you do for our families.
Miigwech, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Does anyone need a break? All right, let's do a 10-minute break, guys. Be back in at 2:30. right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started again. We have Danny Fagan from the Natural Resources Division here to give a presentation about what their division provides the tribe, and take it away.
Cool. Thanks, Chairman. Jennifer, are we just saying next slide when we're ready? Yep. Okay. All right, sounds good. Intuition. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Danny Fagan. Wagoshenzu Kwen Dajnakas, Ojibwe Anishinaabe Kwayenda, Bawating Donjaba Magunin Dautum. My Anishinaabe name is Little Foxwoman. Most all of you know me as Danny, and again, you see my face quite a bit on Tuesdays at the board meetings, frequently here on behalf of the Natural Resources Division. So the phrase at the top of the slide and also on the darker stickers, the circle stickers that I set on each of your desks, is Gidiangwami Edamin Ejin Wendiang, which is our Anishinaabe name for our division. And Director Gravel, you were asking, like, what does this say? And it's not a direct translation to Natural Resources Division. It's more reflective of the relational nature we view our work in. And specifically, it relates to how we're careful in the way that we're being related, whether that's with our fish, animals, plants, water, or other relatives, or one another. And it's at the heart of all the work that we do in the Natural Resources Division. I will likely say NRD for short throughout this presentation. I know we're running a little bit behind. I'd actually made this a bit shorter. I was given an hour, but I might be able to earn us back a little bit of time. That being said, this slide deck encompasses our work from January through June of this year. I did about a 92% good job sticking to that, but there are some things in here I think that are just like too big of issues right now to pretend like they didn't happen in July or August. So I've got a few things to note in here. I think got a few new, or at least Ashley's here, a new board member. I'm not sure who's online, but I don't think you were here for the last one when I did this in November, so I do have a little bit of background up front, potentially more than I would normally. And I will generally walk through who we are as a Natural Resources Division and what we do. Potentially following after ACFS next time, maybe I'll bring my crew and have our managers present if that's fun for all of you.
I think everyone would enjoy that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what other divisions were doing, but when I saw that, I was like, oh, because last time I went first, so I didn't get to see any of the other presentations. All right, next slide. So here's that sticker, or it should be. And again, I similar to last time, I'm starting with our vision and mission, because everything flows from these two statements. Our vision is to protect, enhance, and support resilient ecological communities, and to support our members' intergenerational rights, relationships, and responsibilities within those communities. I want to point out, before I talk about our mission, this artwork, this is actually something we did that I thought was really cool during this reporting period. Yes, we've had a gaffe or two as it relates to the use of an AI flyer, but we actually did something really cool by putting a bid out for art with Native artists. And we even had some college students, some Sioux Tribe members submit. And so we had built outreach funding into one of our coastal program grants, specifically to develop artwork related to our coastal program work to use in outreach materials. And so the stickers that you have and many of the graphics throughout my presentation today were created by tribal members. This one was created by Elidis Winter. Moving forward, our mission is to serve as leaders in collaborative stewardship within the Great Lakes region, honoring those who came before us and providing for those yet to come. And I will just note, especially for folks online or folks that are new to the board, our division is quite new, established in 2023. We're about 2.5 years old. Prior to that, all of the programs were separate with, no real natural resources umbrella. Next slide. I wanted to put some of the good stuff up front. This is our Monoman bed in Munuskong this year. And for those who have been out in the past and seen when the Monoman is, knocked down by the geese or waterfowl, it looks quite a bit different. We'll see how she's looking after the rain today. But I just wanted to throw this up here because it's August and it's a time where we're doing a lot of Monoman seeding and thinking about potential harvest. And I would be very curious if this is harvestable right now, and we'll find out this week. But I wanted to share one of our successes up front.
Well, with that, I don't know how many people are viewing, but I think this is a great opportunity to officially announce that we're postponing the Monument seeding event, which was scheduled to be today because there's going to be thunderstorms out there. It's obviously not safe for people to be in kayaks and canoes on the water when lightning is striking.
I don't know if my supervisor would approve.
Right, yeah. I
So
won't
Friday.
be there.
Plus
But
it
it's
has-
gonna be Friday, I think at 11:30, right?
11.
11 o'clock,
Yep,
okay.
correct.
Plus,
Aaron.
it has to dry because when it's wet, you can't beat
Right.
the rice off of it. And then so do
But
we
they're
have
not
peop-
beating the rice off it, they're planting.
You're
It's a
planting
planting
it.
event.
Oh,
We
so
were
we're not-
planting today. I was going to check and see if the rice was, if the rice here was mature for harvest in the next week or so.
Because it's got to be dry for a couple days before you do that, because otherwise it won't come off. But my question is, I had the privilege of learning how to do this, and it's hard work.
Yeah.
Because once you take it off, then you have to dry it, and you have to toast it. Like you have to have a fire and toast it, and then you have to dance on it.
Yep.
And I don't know if we've done that before, but you put a leather down underneath, a
Yeah.
buckskin down underneath in a hole, and then you gotta wear moccasins because it'll poke right through your socks and it hurts.
Yep.
And then somebody drums while you dance on it. And it
Yeah.
takes a lot of work. It took me about almost an hour to make just 1 cup of rice.
I bet.
So that's
few
why
years-
people were skinny in the old days.
And
Strong,
just
sturdy.
real quickly, like if you follow our oral tradition, like we were an East Coast people, we migrated west until we found the food that grows on water. So up until recently, because of the changes in the St. Mary's River with freighter traffic and whatnot, we haven't had a river where food grows on water. And I've always been so jealous of tribes in Wisconsin and Minnesota, such as Leech Lake, that has all the rice that they have. And I'm so excited that, as long as all the geese don't eat what we planted year after year at that location, we'll be able to have some of our own as well.
Or like barring hail tonight.
I can tell you what'll keep geese away. Flamingos.
Oh.
We have flamingos on our beach, so they don't, it's
Yeah.
the only thing keeps them off.
Nice.
Yeah, pink flamingos, fake ones, plastic ones. Yeah, I got pet flamingos. But I have people on the island now actually buying flamingos to put on their
Yeah.
beach.
Nice.
The other thing was the old Indian ladies who knew how to choke them out.
Oh, or that.
You talking geese or flamingos? Oh.
I knew Monoman was a good way to start. We can go to the next slide, Jennifer. So this one is just kind of a general overview of treaty rights, and in addition to our migration story and story as Anishinaabe, in a modern context, a lot of the work that the NRD is focused on advocating, promoting, protecting, and encouraging exercise of our treaty rights. So when our ancestors made agreements in the 1836 Treaty of Washington, we ceded about 14 million acres, 13.8 million acres, but we retained the right to hunt, fish, gather, and other usual privileges of occupancy. Something I think it's really important to remind our other governmental partners when we're at the table is that these are reserved rights. They're not rights or privileges that were granted to us by the state or other federal agencies. Those were reserved by us. Today, they're implemented under a number of different decrees, including the 2023 Great Lakes, did I fix that? That should say Great Lakes Decree, not Consent Decree. The 2007 Inland Consent Decree, and the 2006 MOU with the U.S. Forest Service. The 2023 Great Lakes Decree governs commercial subsistence fishing, primarily Great Lakes fishing. The 2007 Inland Consent Decree dictates how we go about co-management for inland hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. Our MOU with the U.S. Forest Service dictates gathering and stewardship on Forest Service lands. And the umbrella above all of that is the federal trust responsibility and our right to government consultation on land stewardship and management for wildlife and fish within the 1836 ceded territory. The vast majority of staff within the Natural Resources Division are contributing to preservation of treaty rights in some way, and working to make sure that we meet our obligations under these decrees and agreements. And science is really the way we're kind of at our core a biological division, and science is the way that we protect the rights that our ancestors reserved. Next slide. So this one is a bufflehead, and sometimes when I mumble that probably sounds like buffalo, but Seney National Wildlife Refuge, if you head out there in the spring, bufflehead are one of the smaller little ducks that you'll see. Many show up pretty early on in migration. I think they're adorable. This one was drawn by Sarah Wilkinson, and this was again part of that coastal program project. Within the Natural Resources Division, we've got 4 programs, approximately 30 staff. On the division administration side of things, we have myself as director. We have a grant manager, Brandy MacArthur, who's paid for out of BIA tribal capacity building funds. And we have an admin assistant, Patty Walker. Our environmental program focuses on air, water, both surface water and drinking water, brownfields, and spills or emergency response. Our wildlife program, which is, I didn't mention, our environmental program is led by Robin Bouchard. The wildlife program, led by Katie Schultz, who joined us in December, so just a month or so after my last presentation, covers the plants and animals on land. And again, this is just a simplification, but wildlife covers harvest reporting, forests, fire, non-game species of wildlife, coastal wetlands including monoman, marsh birds, mud puppies, bats, forestry, really a broad spectrum of things. Our fisheries program, led by Jack Tumakoski, covers Great Lakes and inland fish, decree reporting and permitting, our 2 hatcheries and 2 pond sites, whitefish and walleye enhancement, and aquatic invasive species or non-local beings surveying and monitoring. And then finally, SEEKR, the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, which is currently led by Eric Clark, is our research partnership arm. This is how we bring universities and federal research agencies into our work and doing work on behalf of the tribe. And this is where our decision support, science, and data management expertise lives within the division. Like I said, all told, our team includes approximately 30 people, depending on the season. In the summer, we have a couple extras, including interns and seasonal technicians. And I'll walk through each of those programs. Next slide. So this one is a little Sora drawing. These are one of the birds that you'll find out in the wetlands. And some know the Sora as the Manumanikishin, or the wild rice bird. This was drawn by Jamie Shackleton as well. Jamie drew this, and we'll get to it on the next slide, but she also drew a beaver. So the Natural Resources Division serves tribal members exercising treaty rights across the 1836 ceded territory. We have more than 4,000 license holders annually. These are hunters, fishers, trappers, and gatherers. We have 258 registered subsistence fishers during this reporting period, and approximately 50 registered commercial fishers. In addition to treaty rights exercise such as that, we serve members who need clean water, clean air, and healthy ecosystems for ceremony. We serve members who put Great Lakes fish and regional wildlife on their table, including through donations to our Elder Meal Program, or Elders, what do we call it? Elders Services Division. We get fish fillets to Katie, and she distributes them. We serve households that need help with the air inside their home or the water from their well. So recent work has included air quality assessments indoors, as well as some of the uranium well water work that we've done in the past. That's all depending on funding or grant availability at the time. And we also serve tribal youth and try to get them interested in natural resources career pathways. These include through programs such as Boat to School, Sturgeon in the Classroom, and now our Hunter Safety Program. We also try to do our best to serve other parts of the tribal government. So we frequently have housing, construction, transportation, the casinos, and/or facilities come to us for environmental review, land management questions, or drinking water support. I'll talk about examples of that later, and it actually connects to one of our challenges because much of that work is not actually funded by one specific grant, so we try to be creative in how we address those needs from other entities within the government. And then finally, something I think that's important to highlight is that in addition to serving our own tribal community and the places that we live, much of the stewardship and restoration that work that we do is benefiting everyone else that uses these spaces or that lives in these spaces, whether those are state of Michigan citizens or members from other tribes. Next slide. So this Amic or beaver was also drawn by Jamie Shackleton. And this is kind of just a primer on co-stewardship and process, starting within the tribe and through our interactions with federal agencies. So natural resources decisions for the tribes are made through multiple pathways, and the slide's a really condensed or simplified version, and many of you know this, maybe all of you know this. So within the tribe, the Conservation Committee is a member body that advises you all, the board, on hunting, fishing, and gathering policy and regulations. Our staff attend every month, and I know I've seen a few of you recently. Once recommendations are made from the Conservation Committee, they make their way to the board through resolutions, and many of you see me all the time for grant applications, budgets, MOUs, MOAs, etc. Between the tribes, CORA, or the Chippewa-Ottawa Resource Authority, brings the 5 1836 treaty tribes together to coordinate management of the Great Lakes fishery and other issues. Jack, Katie, and I attend monthly, and again, those are our wildlife and fisheries program managers. And then there are the committees where the parties to each of those decrees all join together. Those include the Technical Fisheries Committee and its modeling subcommittee, which set Great Lakes harvest limits using tribal and state data, the Wildlife Tech Committee, or Technical Committee, which handles inland regulations, such as deer and elk regs, discussion on wolves and potential future management, as well as disease surveillance, such as the ongoing chronic wasting disease issue, and a number of others. So I think it's important just to reiterate that when quotas are set for harvest within the state of Michigan, and especially within the 1836 ceded territory, our biologists are at the table and we bring a lot of data. Our inland harvest reporting is actually much more detailed than the states when it comes to a number of species. And, you know, showing up with that data in hand is like one practical expression of co-management, in my opinion. Finally, federal consultation and co-stewardship. So, you know, federal agencies have a duty to consult with us on actions that affect treaty resources. One huge example of that right now is Line 5, but that also includes when we're having discussions about potential delisting of species that are important to us, like gray wolves, which is something that's been on our radar. And in a positive way, we're moving from consultation to co-stewardship with a number of our federal agencies. We're doing this with the U.S. Forest Service through a Tribal Forest Protection Act agreement, and we're also currently developing a co-stewardship agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for work on National Wildlife Refuge lands, including CNE as a starting point. Next slide. These beautiful eggs are black tern eggs, and they were actually laid on one of our artificial nesting platforms that we put out in Muskong, not too far from that Monoman photo that I showed you earlier. So these are our 3 division level priorities. They have not changed since the last review, which is probably a good thing. So first, protecting rights, relationships, and responsibilities. Second, supporting strategic land acquisition. Third, advancing meaningful co-stewardship across the 1836 ceded territory. What I want to show you over the next half hour or however much time we have is how they actually showed up in the last 6 months. On the rights front, we put the tribe's position on the record repeatedly through written comments on proposed changes to various rules, including the Endangered Species Act, the Save the Great Lakes Fish Act, the Clean Water Act, Michigan's water quality standards, state deer regulations, and every month we stayed engaged on Line 5. On land issues, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the Global Land Restoration Fund. I've been working to draft a land management framework to present to all of you at some point in the future in coordination with other departments, including legal and others within the government. And we also, our work is kind of broad. We started working with a new cohort of graduate students at the University of Michigan to identify land acquisition tools for the tribe. As I mentioned, on the co-stewardship side, we are drafting agreements with CNE National Wildlife Refuge, as well as the Nature Conservancy, so as well as one of the largest nonprofits focused on conservation in the country. We launched a multi-agency decision support project with the Forest Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and that was through grant funding over $1 million. And we continued work under our Tribal Forest Protection Act agreement. Next slide. That was like a bit of an overview, and then for the rest of my presentation, I'll cover a few different topics. I'll start with division level highlights, our new building, co-stewardship agreements, Line 5, the Indigenous Peoples Burning Network, a meeting that we're hosting this fall. There we go. And then I'll talk about each of our programs and touch briefly on some of the administrative work, including funding, budgets, challenges, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of time to talk depending on when this wraps up. Next slide. Here she is. This is our new office building. This is one of 2 buildings. This is actually the smaller of the 2 buildings out on 3 Mile. I'm not sure if you've all been out there, pulled into the driveway yet. This building houses most of our administrative staff. It's about 4,000 square feet. The motor pool renovation is twice this size and huge, but the biggest change over this reporting period has been where we live and where we've located. So in May and June, we moved the division into the 2 new buildings on 3 Mile, an office building, and again, the renovated motor pool building. That move took a couple months. Both buildings were not ready at the same time. And I think many of you know we were at Greeno. We had 2 buildings on Shunk. We had a building on Ashman. We've got 3 different hatchery or prawn properties. It was a bit of
You guys were all over the place. So in addition to being a new division, like this was one of our priorities is get you guys all on one property.
Yeah,
So,
and
and I think
it's
this is
great.
an opportunity for a plug about the ribbon cutting for the open
Yeah,
house, right?
thank you.
Yeah, if
Yep.
you would like to.
Yeah, and I've got us, you're queuing me up, Chairman. I've got both flyers were at the end for the Monoman and this, but I believe that Lana has placed on the board schedule for September 8th. It's the Tuesday that's around there. Let me see really quick. September 8th at noon, we're going to have our welcoming. I've been in touch with traditional medicine about some sort of opening or invocation. Chairman has agreed to give remarks, and then we're going to serve lunch.
I was before Standing Rock Reservation gave me antelope tags, so I'm going to be on my
All right.
annual hunting trip. So Tyler or Ashley, if you guys would like to say a couple words at that event, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
I'm going to be at the CDC TAC in-person meeting that I just got appointed to.
We'll figure it out for you, but it's
Perfect.
That's a good way of putting it.
it's a very nice
No,
building.
it's okay.
though.
We're just on live television.
Yeah, it's a very nice.
Somebody will be there to talk.
Yeah. So for those of you guys that are going to be available and attend, you guys are going to be very happy with it. It's a very nice building. 2 buildings.
Yeah, it's great. And, you know, even if this is a casual, relaxed get together where our community has an opportunity to visit with our staff, we're excited to do that. And I'll talk a little bit more about details later. But given that we're all actually in one space, I'm really looking forward to opportunity to host just like more casual community events at our space related to natural resources, whether that's coffee hours or discussions. But we're going to start a quarterly community presentation kind of offering where, you know, 2 of our 4 programs will present any quarter, and we'll invite folks for coffee. Fisheries and wildlife are kicking it off at 1:30 after this event. And again, if you can't make it for this event, and like I said, Lana's put it on the board schedule, I believe, for a couple hours, folks can come in and out. You don't have to stay for the entire time. I'll do my best. We've got a lot of venison among our staff, I think. I gotta find my slide again. Okay. Yeah, as Chairman mentioned, this is the first time in division, the long history of the division, that we've actually all been in one place. But it's been great so far. I say that like there have been hiccups for sure, but really glad to be in one spot where coordinating and meeting with folks is much easier. You know, in the past, even little things would take a day or 2 to like figure out, just given that we were spread across town, whether that was mail arriving to the wrong building or just needing to get an actual inked signature from someone. I'm really excited to show folks the labs. We've got 3 labs in the new building, which has really allowed us to up our game. And Greeno, like, great building, lots of history. The labs there were old, and these ones are brand new and really allow us to expand capacity.
And
There's
packed
some-
in those rooms.
Yeah.
There's some cool stuff there. So they kind of give me a sneak peek of it, and they have the first elk that was harvested with a tribal tag from the downstate herd. So there's a lot of history in that building, a lot to be proud of.
What's funny is that elk was like at the Shunk Road building, but there was hardly a place on the wall to mount it. So it was like in the stairwell in the
Yeah,
old cop
it's
shop.
a shoulder melt. It takes up a lot of room, and
It's
he's
pretty big.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's cool. All right, next slide. On this one, I'll talk a little bit about co-stewardship and land highlights. So co-stewardship is one avenue where I think that the division can continue to making the biggest difference for our tribal community over the next, definitely reporting period, but like hopefully the next decade. For example, Sault National Wildlife Refuge is a decent sized chunk of the ceded territory within the eastern and central Upper Peninsula. And the co-stewardship agreement that we're drafting right now would both allow us to improve treaty rights access, including like gathering of medicinal plants, and shared management on the refuge. So in our discussions with them, this isn't something that I brought to our board for approval yet because we really wanted to work on hammering out what this could look like. But we're talking about shared staffing. So potentially having Sioux tribe biologists dictating refuge management decisions and sharing office space in their brand new visitor center part-time. And what I think is great about this is, for so many years, the Natural Resources Division programs, I feel like have been scrapping for grant funding, and a lot of that was built on Eric Clark's work over the years. Well, as it relates to the wildlife and seeker programs, really built that up. Like Eric, I think, had one cost center when he started. But now, given our kind of reputation in the work that we're doing and our capacity, federal agencies are offering up potential annual funding agreements for us. So in these discussions, and again, nothing finalized, I haven't even brought it to the board yet, but they're talking about potential options down the road where they're providing the funding to pay for a biologist that Sioux Tribe hires that's making decisions on behalf of Sioux Tribe on refuge land. And so I view, we can talk about the limited number of acres we have in trust, but this is one way, a different way for us to exercise co-stewardship on land that's maybe not held directly in trust, but where we can have a large influence. And quite frankly, they need our biological capacity. They don't have any biologists out there right now. On the land side, as I mentioned, parallel agreement with the Nature Conservancy. In this photo, Lana, maybe you recognize it. This is down in the Cedarville area. So this is down at the Narnia Trail area. Which the Nature Conservancy technically owns that, but we're working on a co-stewardship agreement with them that would also increase treaty rights opportunities. They're very interested in helping to train us on capacity for implementing prescribed burns and bringing their own burn crews and burn experts. And also, opportunities like collaring wolves on TNC lands. They've been a really good partner. We've been working with Emily Clegg out of Marquette, and we're hoping to bring that to the board for review in the next probably 3 or 4 months as well. Again, on the land front, an MOU was executed with the Global Land Restoration Fund, working or considering like a land management decision-making framework as it relates to natural resources for tribal government entities and coordination. That will definitely be a team effort there, but I feel like in the 11 months or so that I've been in this role, I've got to see a lot of the questions that are coming from other governmental entities when they go to do a project. And having one shared process for how things flow between entities, I think would save us a lot of time and be very helpful. Next slide. Again, line 5 continues to be a standing item for the division, and I'm not sure if any of you saw the news today. Sherry Lucas just sent it out. An empty semi rolled into natural gas. Like people are being evacuated from their homes because there's a natural gas leak on line 5, or related to line 5 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and then the federal appeals court verified that Enbridge is trespassing, in the section of pipeline that goes through the Bad River Reservation in Wisconsin as well. So, they'll have to figure out what's going to happen with that.
So over the last, or during this reporting period, our tribe is primarily served as the lead in terms of preparing on the technical elements of consultation. Every month this period, our staff were involved in consultation and application review meetings. February alone, there were 4. That's pretty standard. Since then, and outside of this reporting period, obviously, we've been working very closely with the chair's office as well as legal regarding the permit approval. I'll leave this one here for now because this is a much bigger topic and we've talked about it quite a bit. In November, next slide, Jennifer, if you didn't already hit it, it should be the Indigenous Peoples Burning Network one. So in November, we're going to host the national meeting of the Indigenous Peoples Burning Network right here at Coyden. That will be, it says November 2nd through 6th. The first and last day are travel days, so 3rd through 5th. IPBN is a network of Indigenous nations working to bring cultural fire back to their lands. So we started planning with them back in March, confirmed dates in June. It's going to include visits to places where we've been doing planned fire work in coordination with the Hiawatha National Forest. And again, just highlighting that on these landscapes, fire is medicine for many of them. And we're trying to learn from all sorts of other tribal nations and partners and in different ways, both Western and, on the cultural or Anishinaabe side of fire practices. To that end, we're working on building our own capacity. So wildlife staff are currently going through the BIA red card process. They were supposed to take their PAC test during, 2 days before the Sugar Island powwow. And I think you all remember what the air was like that day. So they did not. They are still planning to do that this summer. And once that happens, they will be able to join BIA and or Forest Service on burns that we've been contributing planning or on the planning front for. And then finally, environmental staff attended the International Smoke Symposium, and they built a wildfire smoke readiness template can generally be used for air quality issues that the health center is already working to build out for health centers across the service area. And that can be shared. We have a template, a fillable template that can be used for any governmental entities, and that's one thing I need to get to Jessica. Next slide. Since we last spoke, we've had some exciting additions to our team. There we go. How cute is this fox? I had to plug this in here. I think it's adorable.
It was a new team member.
Could be. Sorry. Where was I? Katie Schultz joined us as Wildlife Program Manager about a month after our last presentation. We also added 2 research ecologists to Seeker, Riley and Tyler, and they have been killing it. They're doing great. Patty joined as our admin assistant in February, so if you call our office, Patty is likely going to be the one that answers or meets you at the front door. And then we did hire our first forest ecologist in April, and his name's Ryan. He will be the one that anybody is coordinating with if they need to work with BIA on a timber sale permit. We are currently in the midst of hiring 2 environmental scientists, one for air quality and one for brownfields. I believe we may be putting in a PAF to hire one of those this week. And then kind of talking about division priorities of the last 6 months, safety's been a big one for me. Very deliberate focus, especially as we all become one division. So we held division-wide safety meetings in January and April, completed inventories for buildings, boats, trucks. We coordinated mental health first aid with HR and Hiawatha Behavioral Health. Everyone went through CPR training, boat safety, and immersion suit inspections and snowmobile trainings. We wrote SOPs for field work. And contributed at a much bigger level. So many of you probably saw that Robin Bouchard received a federal commendation from the Coast Guard for the Oberstar spill work. Next slide. All right, now I'm going to get into our programs, and I'm going to try and cruise. So on to the environmental program, and starting with air. So we do regular air quality monitoring work. Every week for 6 months, staff sample our atmospheric deposition site. So that's where we're monitoring for, contaminants that are literally coming out of the sky in rain or snow. This year we added PFAS, or the so-called forever chemicals, to that sampling scheme. We also bought additional purple air sensors for community monitoring. We're working to get those out, trying to figure out some Wi-Fi issues at some of our governmental buildings. And the emissions inventory for our service area is nearly done. We're also working on indoor air assessments in members' homes. One thing that we'll be doing in the very near future, given that our budget was approved, is hosting community workshops for building the Corsi Rosenthal boxes, which this is just page 1 of a little infographic that we put out through the PR team we're working with for folks that want to build an air purifier that, on their own dime. However, environmental program does have funding to both instruct folks how to build them and provide the materials for roughly 3 dozen of these Corsi Rosenthal boxes, and they can be used in governmental offices and or in member homes. Next slide. Moving on to surface water and drinking. The big surface water document that we've been working on is our QAP, or the Quality Assurance Project Plan. So this governs how we monitor lakes, rivers, and streams on tribal trust land. It's been through 2 rounds of EPA review recently, and it's now in major revision. During lab setup at our new building, we're preparing for our own E. coli analysis on site. Once this QAP and these methods are approved, our data will stand on equal footing with the states. In addition to the actual on-the-ground work here, we've been submitting comment letters on the Clean Water Act rule, Army Corps' nationwide permits, and pursuing grant funding. Environmental has done well in terms of expanding the grant sources that we're receiving awards from. We were recently awarded roughly $350,000 to establish a wetlands program specifically for wetland regulations on tribal trust lands. That's been a long time coming, or at least that's my understanding. So we'll have somebody dedicated to that, and that will be a different flavor of wetlands than, say, our coastal wetland monitoring and restoration. So this will be, say, EDC or housing wants to develop a housing site. We're looking to stand up our own program for wetland delineations and making those determinations. We also received, $150,000 for water rights, and so we're going to tie treaty rights to water quality in treaty waters. That was a partial award, and so we're going to set up a framework for what that looks like so that we can show if or when potential contamination is negatively impacting treaty rights, for example, fisheries. Something that I didn't know Natural Resources Division did prior to stepping into this role was all of the drinking water work across the casinos, the health centers, and our businesses. And Robin Bouchard has been working to cover that work over the last few months. And we have some ongoing work to do in terms of negotiating contracts or agreements with those entities. But big goal for that is to improve or increase capacity within our tribe to do that own work so that we're not just relying on one person to do that. We need to have more than one water operator within the tribe. After the last 6 months, I believe that wholeheartedly. Next slide. Brownfields and emergency response is where our environmental team shows up when something goes wrong. That's a picture at McKay Bay earlier this year. It looks like art, right? But that's actually after a few days of breakdown of the contaminants that were spilled in McKay Bay. So in April, I think you're all aware of this, our staff assisted from initial response through cleanup with Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement and the Coast Guard. We regularly track National Response Center notifications for any other spills within the area or within the ceded territory, and our environmental team members sit on the county hazard mitigation and emergency planning committees. Additionally, within the tribe, we get requests quite frequently. For example, a Food Sovereignty Committee has reached out about orchards, so we evaluated 29 fruit-bearing plants against 20 soil factors on 3 different properties. Housing frequently needs environmental review on their proposed housing sites. Construction has been actually really good about reaching out to us in advance now, so we've coordinated with them on a number of BIA timber permitting processes. And then aside from that, we're regularly working with other federal agencies. One thing that I love is staff recently worked with Language and Culture and Traditional Medicine to write culturally significant plant species into our tribe zone cleanup standards so that any land that we're cleaning up can also support the return of our plant relatives, not just human use. Next slide. Now fisheries. This could take a long time, but I'll try not to. So fishing is also at the heart of who we are as Bawatang Anishinaabe. So this slide is kind of our reporting backbone. So perhaps could bore many people to death, but in terms of actually preserving our right and making sure that we have a say in co-management, reporting is key. Ultimately, this is the meat of what we do. So under the 2023 decree, our 50 commercial fishers submit catch reports twice a month. Staff review every one for accuracy and timeliness in coordination with Cora. We also organize the retail bill of sale reporting, and our 258 subsistence fishers report monthly. Under the new decree, there are other special reporting requirements. For example, Grid 306 spring walleye fishery in Little Bay Nanak. We issued 44 permits for that this year and completed all the reporting and coordination and notifications to Cora. On the inland side, under the 2007 Inland Consent Decree, we led the inland walleye and steelhead permitting for 2026 together with wildlife and law enforcement. And then a small moment worth celebrating. We haven't been very successful in filling our sturgeon tags recently, but we issued 2 lake sturgeon spearing permits this year, and 1 sturgeon was harvested by a Sioux Tribe member. Yeah.
Lana.
That's on my bucket list.
That's on your bucket list? Have you put in?
Yeah.
Okay.
What, how big was it or how old was it? Do we know any of that?
I don't, but I know people that do.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Well, if you find out, let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Deal.
I wouldn't kill it. It would be catch and release. I would not kill it. Yeah, no way.
It'd be hard to do that with a spear.
If you spear it, you're gonna kill it. It's a spearing permit.
Can't you fish them and catch
I
them?
don't know.
They're kind of hard. So,
Oh.
so let me back you up here.
Okay, back me
So the
up.
way people catch them is they go to the mouths of the river where they spawn, and you can either be on top of the ice in an ice shack, or you can wait until the springtime because our permits, they last longer, and I'll get into that. But when you stab them with that spear, they're unfortunately gonna die.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Man, maybe you could snorkel, scuba
Oh.
dive? No?
But what's
Maybe it was fake. I thought I seen on the news one night because I was like, I want to do that. She caught it and released it, and it was somewhere, maybe not here, but.
there's no shame in harvesting them. Our people survived off of it, so.
Actually,
But one of the things that's important to remember, so if you get issued a sturgeon license from the state of Michigan, the season ends when a certain amount of sturgeon are caught, and they send out a notification. And I think the last couple years, that season has lasted like a half hour.
17
minutes. 17 minutes. So if you get a Sioux Tribe license, You know, it doesn't close when the state closes their license, their period, and it can be used from the winter all the way until the spring, so you have a lot more flexibility. Jason Grondin caught a hell of a nice one, I believe, in Mullet Lake or Black Lake or something like that. A really nice one years ago.
That whole process, if you were not a
No.
tribal harvester, sounds
You guys can
incredibly
eat them, you guys can harvest them
anxiety
respectfully and
inducing.
honor them to feed yourself and your families. That's an indigenous value, not just specific to us, but for all. I mean, we have that relationship with the animals, you guys.
Well, and it reminded me to tell you after about a friend who caught a sturgeon and then went into labor on Lake Superior. Shout out, hi Lacey. Just kidding. Jennifer, I'm gonna skip to the slide that says egg to fingerling, so we can go maybe 2 forward. Yep. Okay. Back 1. You are on it. Right there. Thank you. So tickameg or whitefish is the cornerstone of our commercial fishery. We all know this, and food culture. And populations have declined drastically since the early 2000s, especially in Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. This initiative is one part of our response to that decline. And this was a stronger year, right? We're improving. So about 1.5 million eggs went into Nuns Creek in November, and were monitored 7 days a week all winter. 1.3 million of those eggs reached the eyed stage. And then hatching in March and April produced an estimated 909,000 fry, with survival at over 90%. This is drastically different than what you would see in the wild.
Is this whitefish or walleye?
This is whitefish.
So this is really important to note because our whitefish program is still considered experimental because there's not a whole lot of organizations throughout this country that does it.
Yeah.
I believe the year previous, we had around 100,000. So, I mean, what these increased numbers are showing is that we're leading the way when it comes to this. And, I mean, I'm gonna get to this when this thing closes, but I firmly believe that we not only have the best natural resource division in Michigan, but in Indian country. I do a lot of site visits when I'm attending UTM meetings, MAST meetings, any of the TAC committee meetings, you know, and I hunt on reservations. Other tribes don't have what we have, to where we have co-management agreements, to where we can have Ishkode projects, to where, you know, we're utilizing traditional fire keeping knowledge to, you know, better manage the Hiawatha National Forest. I mean, not all tribes have fish stocking programs either. We do so much. So I'm so proud of you and the work that you do.
Thanks, Chairman Lowe's. Maybe with that, yeah, I'll add. So we did stock almost 300,000 whitefish fingerlings in June, primarily in the Pine, Nuns Creek, Albany Creek, and then some in the St. Mary's River, which is, Jack went back into the state's stocking records, and that's the most we've seen from any entity ever for whitefish.
Any entity ever?
In
the
Michigan.
United States, in Michigan.
Yep.
Okay. So this year alone, we produced more whitefish fry, whatever stage of development, than any other organization in
For
1
a
year.
single year contribution.
That
Yeah.
is, that's incredible.
Again, from
That's
what we could find in the
absolutely
records.
incredible.
Maybe I'll tie up this slide by sharing really good news, and I've shared this with Jessica. Early this year, January, we put in a GLRI proposal for $1.3 million for whitefish restoration in St. Martin's Bay, and we did receive notification of that funding. So we plan to use this funding over 3 years to continue expanding whitefish restoration work, specifically down in the Lachino area.
Who runs the whitefish program? Is it still Rusty?
Jack and Rusty.
Jack
Yep.
and Rusty.
Yeah, I think, so we have a great team. Rusty is our fisheries, you all know Rusty Akins, likely our fisheries enhancement coordinator. Jack Tumakoski is our fisheries program manager, and Shane Flynn is one of our fisheries bios. They're kind of leading that. Ultimately, I think we have enough work to do on the whitefish side to hire a whitefish scientist that could spend all of their time on whitefish recovery work.
You know what we should do? So we're coordinating certain events on board days. When you guys pull the whitefish, we should schedule that on a board day so we can get the entire board of directors there so you guys can see it, because it's remarkable. What they end up doing, they put trap nets in the pond, they put chemicals in the pond that kind of irritates the fish so they start swimming around. They go in the traps, they weigh the water and compare it when they have the fish in there and estimate how much they have. And then we partner with Little Traverse to disperse those fish at various locations, some of which, like, you wouldn't expect, like the, Sullivan Creek Road, what is that there?
The hatchery there?
Well, what I'm getting at is we release them in rivers, wild rivers, and I would expect it just to be in the Great Lakes. You know what I mean? Like, you guys do such good work.
yeah, a lot of our smaller rivers that are tribs to the Great Lakes were really impacted by the logging era. And so it's a really interesting, considering forest restoration paired with fisheries restoration in our river systems is something long-term I really hope to work on. Jessica got to see a different method of draining our ponds for whitefish this year, which I thought was pretty cool. We had the conditions that allowed us not to use the fyke nets. And so we just drained into the catch kettle there, which I think it worked pretty well. And
Do you
like,
think that's why we got so many more? Maybe we're
don't
not
know.
capturing all of them when we're putting that chemical in there with the net?
well, I think either way you end up capturing a few. This year, the weather, it was getting hotter. You know, the risk when you're just draining like that is that when it gets to a few inches, you're like cooking your little whitefish. But they got them out fast enough. I think they finished draining the Barbo Pond, or no, the Odnong Pond at 4 a.m. one night, just to keep it cool and make sure those fish weren't exposed to hot temps again the next day. But
Well, I mean, this is the stuff that inspires people to get into this field. Like, when I was a kid, there weren't community events like this. I mean, if you get young kids to those events, it is so cool. You're going to inspire people to become biologists.
hopefully we do. And I think Rusty is actually like really good at doing that in terms of working with the students in the schools. And, you know, like 3 of our local schools got to have a sturgeon in them, including 2 of my nieces at 2 different schools had sturgeon in their classroom that were all released into the river in May. We can go to the next slide, Jennifer. I think you're already there, hey? Or no? Okay, here's a summary of our walleye stocking. You're probably more familiar with this. We've been doing this for longer, but we stocked almost 1 million walleye this year. Many of them went into St. Martin's Bay, Lower Sheboygan, Upper St. Mary's River, and the Sioux area. One thing that I think is really cool is a few years ago in the St. Mary's River, if you caught a walleye, there was a 53% chance that walleye came from the Barbo hatchery.
Could you explain that study?
So we mark every walleye that comes out of our hatchery with a different chemical. And so when we have these big fishing tournaments in town, and or if we do our own sampling, there's specific parts of the fish that like uptake that chemical, and you can actually see it under a microscope. And given that no one else is doing this up here, like we know that those are ours. And so we can see if they have that marking.
So again, about 53% of the walleye that are caught in the St. Mary's River are stocked by your program, and those aren't just Sioux tribe members that catch those. That's for the overall community.
Yeah.
You know, it's awesome.
And I think that's why like we had the CVB pay us this year to go work that. Is like folks know we're doing work here, and like we're kind of contributing. So we've got a really successful fishery, and I'm not trying to take all their credit for it, that it's bringing in national walleye tournaments. Sporties. But we're also being brought in to make sure that those walleye that are caught, in order to reduce mortality as a result of the tournament fishing, we're using our truck tanks to like bring them back and try and get as many in the water and alive as possible. However, when there is mortality, we can use them for analysis and or food. Not like personally, but for community and stuff. All right, I need to cruise. Next slide. I've already mentioned a few places where we're doing outreach. We're doing boat to school, sturgeon in classroom. For our assessment fish, our fisheries program usually foots the bill, and any fish that we're sampling on, we have processed by a local processor, and we get those to the Elder Meals program. We've been at all sorts of booths and outreach events this year, powwows, Family Fun Night, Engineers Day, etc. We have a non-native or invasive species program that's doing early detection sampling in the St. Mary's River. And if you want me to get you excited about another potential career, eDNA sampling is really cool. If you're not familiar with that, that's the ability to take like a sample of water from the river and do PCR or polymerase chain reaction to look at what DNA is in that water, and you can usually determine what species is in there. So we kind of saw this a little bit during COVID, but it's like essentially taking a sample to get a yes, no if something is present. And so that means if we don't think a species is there, but an eDNA hits positive for an invasive species, we can know that we need to focus efforts in there and verify if an invasive species is actually present. I think that's pretty cool. That'd be for the folks that want to go into the lab side of Natural Resources Division. Next slide. Our wildlife program, and here we can get stoked. Let's try to do it in 10 minutes. Wildlife program contributes to population level assessments of our plant and wildlife relatives and their habitats. We monitor and manage member harvests, and we do stewardship across the ceded territory under the 2007 Inland Consent Decree. The Hemi-Boreal Forest Initiative is one of our bigger initiatives, and it includes the Escode or fire project. We do a lot of work with marten, wolves, grouse, deer, cedar, bats, etc. Our coastal initiative covers St. Mary's and Lake Chanel wetlands right now, currently. We can expand that. It's just an issue of logistics and funding. But this work includes monoman restoration, marsh bird surveys, black tern restoration, or at least supporting them with artificial nest platforms and invasive species management. This is one of the artificial nesting platforms that we put out this year. We used 2 different designs. Of one design, every single one was used, and all of the eggs successfully made it to hatching, and we think they fledged based on photos. These are so cute, and they're also a huge indicator of wetland health. Funding comes mostly from the BIA, the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, and from the Forest Service and Fish and Wildlife Service agreements. This is a program that grew a lot during that January to June period. Again, we have a new manager, a forest ecologist, we hired a new permitting and reporting specialist and a seasonal technician, and we hosted an intern. Katie's done a really amazing job stepping into that role and owning it, and going after funding too. Next slide. This highlights something that Katie really took the lead on. So harvest reporting is, wildlife's main obligation under the inland decree. Just as catch reporting is so important for fisheries, reporting on harvest under the inland decree, helps us maintain our seat at that table. We receive thousands of reports each year, and we summarize that data and share it with everyone. It's on the internet, but it gets shared out to the parties under the 07 Inland Consent Decree. We also manage the lotteries for elk and bear within the ceded territory. We issue the inland walleye and steelhead permits in coordination with fisheries and law enforcement. We review changes to state regs. And then new, and this is what I was mentioning about Katie, and this is that portion of my presentation that falls with or outside the strict reporting period. But we've hosted our first 2 hunter safety courses so far this year. And so now Chairman's daughter is one of our first Sioux Tribe hunter safety card holders. So Sioux Tribe can issue our own hunter safety certifications. Next slide. And you can actually go 2, because this is just a picture that shows up again on the next one. There we go. These images, we could spend an hour, maybe we will at a future community event at our building, talking about what we're looking at here. But this picture is used to illustrate what we're doing in our Shkote project, which is looking at the effects of fire on the landscape for our relatives, including trees and plants, as well as wildlife. On the left is imagery collected with a terrestrial laser scanning unit prior to fire, and on the right is imagery collected after. And what we can do is do this in a number of sites, and this is actually taking a 360 image. And I can share the website. This is all available online. But we can look at changes in basal area or the total volume of vegetation before and after fire. We can look at species composition, structural differences, and we can translate them to what that means for wildlife. I've talked about a lot of this, but this is just to say that Shkote firework and understanding what that means for plant and wildlife relatives continues to be a focus for our team, and we're using some really high-tech and really low-tech ways of going about it. So we'll use terrestrial laser scanning one day, and I think last fall I shared photos of some days we'll go out and talk with community members about cranberries and what they think would benefit cranberries in a given area. Next slide. Wolves. Mangan has been a big priority for us. I think we all know that they hold a special and important place for us. So this is more than just a science program for us. A lot of the work that we do with wolves currently involves analyzing trail camera photos, which is what you see in the background of this image, where we can build wolf counts and detection histories. And then our research ecologists that are really our quantitative analytical engines in our division can use that data to develop occupancy and abundance or density models in the Eastern Upper Peninsula. And we share those with the Wildlife Tech Committee. Yeah.
So I was going to wait till the end, but
Oh, sorry.
so what I would like to see is with this issue, so I was really, really involved at different times, and the tribal environmental directors and the natural resources people across all the Michigan tribes have done a deep dive on this, and we have the best science, and we're not propelled like the state is with constituent demand, with the bloodthirsty sporties that want to just hunt and kill just for the sport of it. So the one thing that's clear to me in our community is that we were forcibly assimilated, the boarding schools, all of that, And today some people have access to their culture and language, and they revere it, and they want to revive it. But some people don't have access to it, and so I try not to judge them, because they become just basically like a sporty, and they want to exploit our natural resources just like anybody. They want a trophy, and it's difficult for us to counter with good science information, because they don't care. They just want to kill a wolf. And so the other thing is, like I was raised to understand why, and also, and I learned more through the Mishomis book. So what I'm wondering is if we could collaborate to bring the science and marry the science with our cultural division to put out some curriculum or information to return our cultural understanding to why we don't do this. We've had constituents, lobby board members, board members bring to this table, why are we doing this? Why are we involved in all of this? And not understand. And to me, it's, I want to judge them right away. Why the hell don't you know your own culture? But on the other side is they need to understand their culture. And so if we were able to pull that information together, both the science and the culture of why we don't do this, maybe people will think differently about it. We get lobbied at the Conservation Committee all the time over this issue. So I guess I'm requesting if natural resources could collaborate with culture to pull together this curriculum and start educating people, make it available, so that's it.
Yeah. And we're thinking about, we've been building more outreach funding into our grants that would really benefit from working with language and culture or traditional medicine and others. So I think those are good ideas. On this front, maybe I can share some good news now. So we put in for multiple GLRI awards, and like in pair with the whitefish proposal, last year we put in a $1.1 million GLRI proposal for moose, wolves, and deer work, understanding the relationships between wolves, moose, and deer. And that was also, we just received notification of that funding a couple months ago. So that work will likely kick off in 2027. But again, talking about not only our relationship with wolves, but the role that they play with other wildlife and their importance. Okay, I know I'm running slow here. Next slide. I think you're all very familiar with our Coastal Resilience Initiative work, and especially as it relates to invasive species treatment and wild rice restoration. We continue to try to build on that work over time by understanding the best places for us to restore wild rice and understanding impacts of both native and non-native species for wildlife that occupy those areas. Next slide. A couple smaller projects that I think are pretty cool. Oh, I didn't tell you who made that. Maybe I did tell you the bufflehead. A couple projects that I think are pretty cool are our mud puppy and black tern project, as well as our bat work. And you might be like, why are we spending time on bats? But bats actually play a really critical role ecologically in terms of managing pests, insects, disease, and forestry is directly related to bat health, and especially as bats have suffered tremendous declines, like worse than whitefish, since the advent of white nose syndrome. So these ones were made by Sarah Wilkinson. The bat specifically was made by Sarah Wilkinson. Next slide. The Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience. So again, this was also established in 2023, and it was directing what was then the Wildlife Program to build formal research relationships with universities and federal agencies. SEEKR is the result of that project, and this is Eric Clark's brainchild. SEEKR provides decision support, modeling, data management, and research capacity to every program in our division, or that's the goal. We started with a big focus on wildlife. Current partners include the U.S. Forest Service Northern Research Station through a joint research venture where they continue to funnel us money for research. The University of Michigan School for Environment and Sustainability, or SEAS, has been a big partner, and we've negotiated and executed contracts with them this spring for graduate students and postdoc support, including our old tribal members, Sarah and past intern turned technician, now master's student Hayden. So that's like really a cool success story stemming from our internship program that education puts on. And then other universities across the state. Next slide. The Hemiboreal Decision Support Project is one of those larger projects, again, $1 million project, $1 million plus project, where we've actually brought federal agencies, state agencies, and every other Cora tribe to the table to talk about what we want to see in these hemiboreal forest systems over the next 5, 10, 20 years. And Sioux Tribe is really the one driving that work, and that gives us a lot of power in shaping what happens across the 1836. Next slide. Something else that Seeker's working on is a Great Lakes Monoman Stewardship and Coordination Plan. Chairman Lowe's, you actually opened for a conference that we held last fall here. Since then, Sioux Tribe has also worked with Menominee Nation to host a follow-up Great Lakes Monoman gathering in Wisconsin, building on the one that was here. Our next step is to stand up a permanent planning team and begin drafting a regional Monoman stewardship planning. So again, this is kind of a cool example of how three programs within NRD are working together. So Seeker's working to bring the partners together using decision science and planning. Wildlife is doing the on-the-ground seeding and restoration work and monitoring wildlife response. Environmental sits on the EPA Regions 5's Monoman Initiative and the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative. And I should actually say fisheries, because what we've done is looked at restored wetlands compared to those dominated by non-native species, and we've started to evaluate their suitability as spawning or at least nursery habitat for various fish. Next slide. Two areas that we're getting into on Seeker, in addition to applied research, which I think you've heard about quite a bit, are conservation finance. So on this side, this is how we turn like land acquisition and potentially land holdings into additional sustainable revenue for the tribe, or potentially to support ongoing natural resources division work. So here we're trying to understand, through work with the First Nations Development Institute's Reimagining Conservation Finance. Wow, that is a mouthful. How can we prioritize hemiboreal ecosystems for acquisition, and then further, similar to like carbon markets, but turn it on its head for Anishinaabe biodiversity stewardship markets? How can this be a potential future source of revenue? Next slide. This is a list of our grant partners and funding agencies. You've all got that in front of you. It includes a bunch of the usual suspects. Next slide. Finally, NRD managed more than 50 cost centers in the first half of 2026. 6% of our funding comes from tribal support. We've got some really exciting new awards on the horizon for all of our programs. And we're going to continue to try and streamline what grant management looks like now that we are one division. Next slide. This is challenges and opportunities, which I won't touch on too deeply, but this is also a class photo from our first Hunt Safe class, which I just think is so cute, and a list of some of our challenges. So again, federal funding uncertainty. We are constantly writing grants, and it all depends on the whims or priorities of the current federal administration. We are working to maintain full staffing in all of our programs. We're trying to figure out how to meet some of those responsibilities or ways that we can help other tribal entities where we don't have specific grant funding, so that those unfunded responsibilities. And then again, trying to consolidate like grant management, managing 50 plus cost centers, and doing this in a way that doesn't eat all of our time in a given week. Next slide. Here's a couple things on the horizon. I think they're pretty exciting. I've mentioned many of them before. I'd be happy to talk about them at our open house. Next slide. This was our Monoman community seating event that was today, now Friday, 11 a.m. Be there, be square, or be square. Feel free to bring your waiters. The seed really stinks, but it's a great time. Joe's been capturing some excellent footage out in the wetlands, and hopefully he can get there with some cameras. But everyone is welcome to attend. The next slide is our invitation to our open house. I believe you all received a written invitation to our open house Tuesday, September 8th. If that doesn't work for you, get a hold of me. We'll figure out a different time to have you visit. And like I said, we do plan to have quarterly presentations from here on out. For those that can't come during the workday, we plan to do these live on Zoom and also record them for later viewing. And the next slide has some of our social media QR codes. And if anybody sees any mud puppies, get a hold of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate all the hard work that you and your entire team puts in.
Thanks.
Let's
Sorry,
take a
that was
10-minute break, and then we'll hear from the last department, which is education, and then we'll call it a day. So 10-minute break. Are they on there? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So we have recreation and education. So my bad. Let's go ahead and get started. We have two more departments to get through. Next up is Recreation. We have Tammy Graham, who manages the Big Bear, among other things. So Tammy, take it away.
All right, good afternoon. Like I said, Tammy Graham, the Recreation Director for the tribe. So this report will focus on our events and statistics from January through June of this year. And bear with me, there are a lot of events and statistics, but that is what we do. So there are various recreation, sorry, I got to tell you to, perfect. There are various recreation agreements in the 7-county service area. Most of them are fitness facilities that I have listed there. So we have an agreement with Little Bear East Arena, and during that reporting period, just over 3,500 visits. At Northern Michigan and Marquette, there was 39 new memberships. In Escanaba at Northern Lights YMCA, just over 2,500 visits. And then here in town at Lake State, they have the fitness option, the Student Activity Center, getting close to 3,000 visits, very busy up there. And then we also had men's basketball camps during this reporting period, and 22 Sioux Tribe youth attended those. In Manistee Pool, 48 visits. And then lastly there in Manistee, again, Little Bear West Arena, their skating, there was 92 visits. Next. And then the following events and activities were hosted by for our facility attendants and the adjoining child care center. Language and culture, we had 41 gym sessions and 2 skating sessions. And then YEA held 21 gym sessions and had an additional 12 skating sessions. And lastly, the Ansuga Early Childhood Center used the gym 66 times, and we also hosted one of their graduations. Next. And here are Sioux Tribe events that we'll feature. We hosted on February 10th, Community Health Snowshoe event. The photo in the middle there is a couple of the participants for that event. They do it on the trail that's located right by the playground at the edge of the parking lot. And then March 25th, Community Health again had a breakfast at the facility with 40 attendees. And then Danny mentioned this earlier, the wildlife program did fire pack training at the facility up on the track. They did that at the end of March and beginning of April. They had 6 staff participating in that. And I know Melissa talked about this earlier on April 10th, ACFS's Family Fun Night, over the 518 participants. The photo on the bottom left is from that particular event. And on May 15th, Behavioral Health had their recovery gala. That's the photo on the bottom right where they're all dressed up. I think it's a couple of the staff or staff member and their husband. And then lastly, during this reporting period, Language and Culture did Sacred Fire teachings in the hospitality room in June at the facility. Next. In addition to the Sioux Tribe events that we host, we do many events with the community organizations. I won't go through all of them, but I'll highlight a few of them. Monthly, we do our the Feeding America food distribution in the parking lot, so you'll see that listed in each of the months. Very busy in the wintertime for us to do school skates. In January, we had Malcolm, we had Brimley. Then we get into some hockey tournaments with the Quaid and Wings tournament. And then our local hockey association, Sioux Michigan Hockey, has their annual Cabin Fever tournament, which is a great turnout. There's over 2,500 players and spectators during that weekend. Then I'll jump down to February. Another tournament that we do is the Katie Robinson Memorial Hockey Showcase. This is an all-female tournament with over 20 teams, and it's actually a fundraiser for a scholarship for the late Katie Robinson. So there's a photo there on the bottom right with some of the players holding a jersey of Katie's. She played Lake State D2 hockey as well. And then the photo on the bottom left is actually from the Sioux High Blue Devils, the Michigan High School Athletic Association's regional playoff game that we hosted in February. And then you'll see there's a few more schools, Sioux area schools. Now that they're combined with all the elementary kids, we had to split them up across 3 days at the facility for them to partake in activities. So, and then we also had MSU Extension join us for a 4-H Family Day. And then end of February, Pickford was also there as well, doing a school fun day with us. Next. And then for March and April, we did host some of SMHA's hockey banquets, the hockey initiation program, the 6U, the 8U divisions. Photo on the bottom left, they used the Bear Court to have that activity. And then the first weekend of March, we were able to host the Michigan Amateur Hockey Association's state JV hockey tournament. A lot of local kids on the team are Sioux Tribe members that participate, and they actually won it again this year, 2 years in a row. That's a photo of them on the bottom right. We had My Michigan Family Fun Day in March, UP ISD Employee Appreciation Day. Then you'll see some more schools again. Sioux area middle schools came again for another visit. Then we had Whitefish Township schools that come to the facility, and Lake Chanel Community Schools as well during that time. Next. And it's a recurring theme. Surrey Middle Schools again. They had various classes come, so they came again in May. They do it as awards sometimes for the students, so they'll come and skate and play basketball at the facility. And then Feeding America photo is on the bottom left. I don't remember which particular one that is from, but it's quite a production at the facility, so I thought we'd throw a photo in there. And then the middle of May, we did Laura Stam Power Skating Clinic. The Suquat Preschool holds their graduation at the facility in the smaller gym, the Cub Court. Then we had Hiawatha Behavioral Health come to the facility for training in the hospitality room in June. And then the two photos on the bottom are the Champion Force Cheerleading Awards Night that was also at the facility in June. Next. Our Youth Spring League ran from April 6th to May 21st. This is the 28th year that we've had this. It was one of the first programs at the facility. I didn't have it for 2 years due to COVID. There's a little hiatus in there. But there's players from all over between the Sioux, Kinchelo, Brimley. They're all listed there, but we get them from Ontario as far as Blind River and Garden River as well. And this year we had the Lake State Division I hockey team provide skill instruction to all the players that were under 13. And you can see some of the statistics for the league there. 175 players, the number of teams. The bottom left photo is one of the skill sessions with those Lake State players with the kids. And then there's draft games, league games. We do all-star games at the end, and then pizza parties for all the division. And that's what the other photo is on the bottom. The kids having fun at the end of the program. Next. And then another original program from the time the facility opened is our summer recreation program, and that operated June 15th to August 7th. It is a group-based program. We do quite a few activities with the kids between sports, arts and craft. We have cultural teachings, guest speakers, water fun days, skating. There's nutritional education, field trips, and various other games. We did partner and have been for, I can't even recall how many years now, it seems like forever, but with ACFS to provide child care development funding for the participants that are tribal in the program, and 30 of the Sioux Tribe kids were utilizing that program this summer. In addition, we partnershipped with the Language and Cultural Division to provide cultural classes, and then Sioux Tribe Community Health provided nutritional classes for the kids throughout the summer as well. So in total, we had 60 participants, and you'll see 56 of those were Sioux Tribe members, with the remaining 4 from the community, and just a couple field trip photos at the bottom of our participants.
If you don't mind pausing for a second, Lana has a question or comment.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this before when we talked about our own youth facility being, constructed down in the Hessel area for YEA and community health or health and fitness down there. And I know this is a public document because we're putting it up on the screen for the membership to see the PowerPoint. So I'm hoping that possibly you could send this to YEA and to community health and traditional medicine, just so that, because Big Bear is such a success. You got cultural in there, you have a YEA in there, you have community health and all those activities, traditional medicine. So just to see all the things that you guys have evolved into, because I can remember a time too that, not all of this was going on there, and you really grew that Big Bear up there. So if this could be something that you could send to them, so that it trickles down to, we have YEA in the room right now, so it trickles down to them just to see what you guys are doing there. Because we built it, but we want people to come to it. We want them to be healthy, and our YEA have all of those resources there that they can get with community health, language, and anything. So just seeing this might help them.
Yeah.
So.
And the collaboration with all those departments, whether it's the funding with ACFS or the cultural teachings or nutrition, it's been like a blessing to work with all our tribal groups. They're all willing to help and assist, and sometimes it's funding that they have from a grant and they can provide us with the healthy snacks. Sometimes we're covering it just depends. So it's always been a very easy path to go down in the collaboration with these
Right.
events. So.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Jen. So we also host various community drop-in activities. You don't really register for these. They're advertised when they are occurring, and you can pop in and pay the fee, what have you. But during the winter, we do tot zones. We get the kids inside playing like a little play zone with themed activities. We have snack, they bring the ride-on toys, trikes, and it's designed for those participants that are age 5 and under. January we had 2, and our themes for that were Winter Solstice and Pirate. So the little guy there in the Pirate is from activity there at that Todd Zone. February there was 2 as well, and that was Valentine's and a Lego theme. So the woman and her child there on the right is from the Valentine's one. And then in March we also had one as well, and the stats are there. Some special events that we do. Where there was 125 birthday parties, celebrations, meetings, trainings during this reporting period. I won't go through the breakdown, but you can see in the months below how many parties or trainings that we hold during each of those months. And generally when it's colder, the birthday party numbers are on the uptick because people aren't outside. We had a good spike in May though this year, so I'm not sure if we had bad weather or why we had so many compared to the other spring months. Next. I think we did, yes. Okay, so there are a variety of activities that we also have that are free for the Sioux Tribe citizens. You can see there's volleyball, basketball, stick and puck, which is like a hockey event on the ice, and so it shows the breakdown of the Sioux Tribe versus the community members there. And then towards the bottom, this is a new activity that we started in February. It's called cardio drumming. And you can see from the photo, the gals dancing, I guess you'll say, and playing the drums with the yoga balls, but it can be adapted to various abilities. Some people stand to do it, others that aren't able to stand or sitting in chairs. And during the reporting period, we had 282 participants. It is free to Sioux Tribe citizens, and we're working with the Elder Division to help promote the activity. So look to see that to continue to grow. Next. Here's some more activities for the community. We have basketball. JKL School comes over and practices at the facility. There's various volleyball leagues. Shows the number of sessions or practices for each of these. We have drop-in pickleball sessions. And towards the bottom, our Champion Force Athletics community group comes in the facility for their cheerleading. The All Styles, All Occasion dance program was there as well. And then we had boxing, which started up last fall, and the second season will get underway this fall. So, and have that in the courts as well. Next. And I'll briefly go over these slides, but for facility administration, I'll just point out towards the bottom there, one of the projects that we, I guess, did. The 2 photos at the bottom are from one of the Lake State men's camps where the Sioux Tribe kids get to attend for free. So we processed the registrations for that and worked with the athletic department. I mentioned earlier there was 22 players in those camps. There are more that were scheduled for July, which would be in the next report, where the girls camp and the volleyball camp as well. Next. And for facility operations, this is basically our maintenance department. One project that I would highlight is we have began to install LED lights throughout the facility. We have installed over 1,000 bulbs at this point, and that came from funding that was from previous rebate, I think a few years ago now. So we've kind of recycled that money and started installing those lights. We're getting rebates for those installations, and we hope to have that project complete by the end of the year. And we did work with the rebate company as well for a rebate on the HVAC system that was installed earlier this year. So, and we still have a few more rebates in the works, even with DTE in regards to that. Next. Then a brief retail overview. The events management department, we just have a small little area in reception area where we sell the hockey laces, tape, pucks, do skate sharpening. You can see what we sold, and during the reporting period, just over $3,000 in revenue was generated. And then towards the bottom there, the concessions area is leased by the Sioux Eagles Booster Club, and they provide the food and beverage to facility staff, tenants, and our patrons. We still do retain the rights to the revenue from the vending machines, so the stats are there for what we did during the period for that as well. Next. Then we have our 30-year anniversary celebration coming up. I think this was mentioned another time, but September 27th is the day that it will be 30 years for the Big Bear. So planning is underway. We are working with PR Director Nick on the promotion of it, and I've listed some of the activities that are scheduled for that day between skating, face painting, still finalizing some things. The logo on the top right is a logo that was created by Coaden Marketing Department for us to commemorate the 30 years. And you can see from the logos on the bottom, the first logo that was used is the one on the left, and then, of course, the second one in the middle, and then currently the one on the right. So the 30-year has all of them combined in there. So we will have invitations coming out to you all soon regarding those events and activities. Next. And then a few upcoming events. Most of these have already occurred because we are in August, but the summer rec program, the photo on the top right is with Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement. That was a Heroes Day that we had. And the one on the bottom left and center is also from Heroes Day. We had Sioux Tribe nurses come in and work with the kids on various things, teaching them safety things with health related. The D1 hockey team started in the middle of July skating at the facility. Their ice rink is under construction, so we are hosting various practices and activities for their hockey teams. We also had Sioux Eagles and Sioux Indians tryouts at the end of the month. Next. And in August, most of these have already occurred now as well, but we do a Great Lakes hockey camp. It's the 7th or 8th year that we've had this camp at the facility. It's a week long. Danny mentioned earlier the Hunt Safe training course that we had at the facility. That was with Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement and the Wildlife Program. A couple new events or activities starting up some are now and some will start in September, but there's line dancing classes that are beginning now, and there are some fitness conditioning classes that we're also hosting. We had a couple of training camps with the Sioux Greyhounds from Canada, the girls, the U15 and U18. They come to the facility, skate, do film review, have lunch in the hospitality room, go back on the ice, so they stay a couple days, so it's nice to have different groups in the facility. Last thing on this page, the poster there, the Abbey Rock hockey camp. We had her at the facility last weekend. She, for those that don't know, is a professional women's hockey player. She was the first Indigenous female to play in the Olympics in 2022, and she brought her team. The Montreal Victoire won the Walter Cup this year, and so she's at the facility signing autographs and had her cup with her. So the female version, I guess, of the Stanley Cup. So yes, she's a local gal for sure. Next. Then in September, we also have Lake State women's volleyball that are going to be at the facility. They have some maintenance on their gym, so we're able to host them in the facility as well. The flyer there, the recovery walk, we have that coming up at the end of September. And then there's a Sioux Tribe Language Conference workshop that they're having at the facility as well. And we've already talked about our 30-year anniversary that we're beginning to plan for. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Tammy. Any questions, comments? We appreciate all the work that you do. Miigwech.
Thank you. I know.
All right, education, come on up.
Started right after college.
Played basketball at Lake State, we were recreation.
Hey, Ashley, is Stephanie joining you on Zoom, or are you holding it down today?
I think I'm holding it down
All
today.
right, awesome. So whenever you're ready, we have Ashley Milkey here, the Assistant Education Director. Take it away.
Okay. All right, so yeah, I am presenting today on behalf of Stephanie Sprecher. She couldn't be here today. She's actually taking her daughter all the way to Maine for school, so that's exciting for her. So during this presentation, I'll provide a brief overview of the Sioux Tribe education, its departments, programs, the services that are offered, and program highlights. Next. The first slide contains a summarized org chart that shows the programs that make up our division. As you can see, we have had some shifting around a little bit with me on now. I have officially taken oversight of YEA now with Lisa Burnside as the YEA manager. And I am also doing like the youth development fund now and trying to help Stephanie with anything else that I can. Next. Here you'll see a breakdown of services provided by each department. Sorry, it's so hard for me because it's not changing on my screen either. Okay, next. So as we move into each program, the first one that I'm going to cover is the 2026 Summer Internship Program that started on June 8th of this year. We were able to place 8 interns, all senior level or graduate students across the tribe, in the following departments listed on here, which is legal, JKL, and the 2 at JKL were also placed in early childhood and YEA. JKL for the first half of the day, and then early childhood and YEA for the second half of the day. And then community health, we had 1 in communications, video production with Joe, natural resources, and for fisheries and wildlife. We were able to, sorry, I'm a little sick, you guys. We were also able to place our first intern that I know of anyways over on the western end in the Gladstone Clinic, so that was exciting. Throughout the summer, the interns attended several culture and educational activities alongside their full-time work schedule. This program ended on August 14th. Next slide, please. So the Youth Development Fund helps families pay for activities that support the 4 directions of the medicine wheel: academic, emotional, physical, and or cultural growth of our youth. Families can receive a max of $250 per calendar year per eligible youth. This is determined by enrollment status of the child, residency within the 7-county service area, the type of request, and income guidelines. The application and more information on this is on our website, on the Sioux Tribe website. And from January to June, this fund provided financial assistance to 139 youth. Next. So next, I'm going over the Tribal Education Department, the TED grant. This is funded by the BIE. This program is designed to support tribal members in achieving their educational and career goals by providing financial assistance for post-secondary education and workforce training opportunities. Unfortunately, due to a lack of available grant funding last fall, 2025, we were unable to open a scholarship for this. But in the spring of 2026, we were informed that we would get additional funding from the BIE. So we were able to open a winter-spring 2026 scholarship application period in June. Due to limited funding, these were processed on a first-come, first-served basis, with 150 scholarships released earlier this month. We are awaiting notification to apply for the 2027 TED grant. As of right now, we still don't have an update for this. Next is just a slide of, this is just data for the winter spring TED program. So you can go to the next one if there's no. Here, this slide just shows some notable accomplishments for the program overall. We were able to complete over 1,600 application data entry, and we completed almost 50% of the survey response. So this is like when the students fill out the applications, their responses of like what their barriers are to education, their career plans, etc. Once all of this data is complete, this will form the foundation for future data collection, and it will help strengthen our ability to write successful grants for this department. Next. On to higher education. This department offers several different funding programs for Sioux Tribe students. Each program has different eligibility criteria depending on the funding source. During the first half of 2026, 2 programs were administered. This was the Fall 2025 Self-Sufficiency. This program provides incentive awards to eligible Sioux Tribe students enrolled in graduate or undergraduate studies across the U.S. who earn grades of C or better during the fall semester of the year. 385 students received this in February of this year. The next one that we did was the Winter 2026 Unmet Needs Grant. And this is based on financial needs as determined by the school's financial aid office. 101 grants were awarded in March of this year. Next. The 2026-2027 scholarship program opened at the beginning of May with a deadline of July 3rd. Recipients are being selected this month, and more data on this program will be in the next semi-annual report. Next. This slide just goes over additional services offered by higher education. She assists students in finding alternative funding sources, non-tribal scholarships and grants. She helps students with the Michigan Indian Tuition Waiver, FAFSA, and other college and technical applications. And then also on here is a list of our education committee members. Okay, next. On to early childhood. This program is largely funded by the Office of Head Start with early Head Start, and child care options. We have locations in Sault Ste. Marie and St. Agnes. As of June 30th, we have 53 team members altogether. 9 of them are new hires, 6 of them have been promoted within, and 8 terminations. They've took various professional development trainings. The topic areas in this are like education, health, safety, family services. And then pictured in this slide is 12 of our graduates. They graduated from BMCC in May. That was a beautiful ceremony that we got to attend. Next slide. So for the early Head Start, we are fully enrolled right now. Next. For Head Start in the Sioux, we're fully enrolled as of right now, and Head Start in St. Agnes, we're under enrolled by 2. So if anyone knows of any children needing Head Start in the St. Agnes area, that would be awesome. Please recommend them. And for the childcare right now, we are fully enrolled in the classrooms that are open. Obviously, there are unopened classrooms, so we do have vacancies in those, but the classrooms are open as of right now. Next slide, please. This just goes over some statistics. The Head Start, Early Head Start, and Child Care Center all eat like breakfast, lunch, and snacks together. So as you can see, they've prepared over 1,300 breakfasts, over 1,400 lunches, and over 1,200 snacks within the last 6 months. And then just some statistics for children enrolled with diagnosed disabilities. Head Start is at 32% right now, and Early Head Start is at 26%. Next slide. This is just more statistics. This goes over our health screenings that they do over there. So it looks like 98% have completed the behavioral and developmental screenings. And then they have certain health screenings that they have to do over there. So like hearing and vision, nutrition, dental. It looks like the hearing and vision was 97% complete, nutrition was 81% complete, and dental was 88% complete. And then their well child visits were 74% complete, which is pretty good. Next slide, please. This one goes over more their family needs assessments. They're all at 100% except for the very last one, the family outcome assessment, the final one. Head Start was at 100%, but Early Head Start was only at 97%. Next slide. Some highlights here. They had various family events over the last 6 months. Literacy nights, reading month challenge, STEM parent meetings, things like that. Teachers completed the parent-teacher conferences and home visits. They had a hearing, vision, and dental screening on site. They attended health and mental health advisory committee meetings and assisted BMCC with on-site advising and registration. They also had a few reviews and audits over the last 6 months. They had the class monitoring review, the RAN review, the focus area 2 monitoring review, and then CACFP, they do that every year. That's with the food program. And then, of course, the tribal licensing review and the safety and sanitation audits. Next. WIOA is a federally funded program designed to help eligible Native Americans access employment and training services to assist them in obtaining and keeping productive employment. So the services that WIOA provides is like work experience, on-the-job training, classroom training, summer youth employment, and the elder employment. Next. This goes over the work experience program. So this is an after-school training assignment meant to teach eligible youth anywhere between age 14 to 21 years old basic transferable work skills to help prepare them in obtaining employment. When known and when possible, youth are placed in their area of interest. Some receive school credit for the hours that they work. This program begins usually in October and ends in May. For the 25-26 work experience program year, we had 14 youth participate. Next. On the job training, this provides opportunities for both the employer and the participant. Participants learn new skills while working at an actual place of business. Employers are reimbursed 50% of the participant's wage. And the length of this training can vary. It just depends on the participant, their position, the wage, their skill level. For the last 6 months, we've had one participant, and they were placed at the Sioux tribal court.
Lena.
So we had the one participate in the Sioux tribal court.
Yeah.
How many are open? That's in a 6-month period. How many do we have that are available?
I will have to get back with you on that. I will actually write that down so I remember.
I know the program, I just don't know how much it is, what we have now.
It's, basically, it has to bubble up. So like somebody who's eligible, and it kind of has to be a convergence of things, and then a department that needs it, because they have to have half of the money already budgeted. So if those things come together, then there's opportunity.
But this just isn't housed inside the tribe. This can be anywhere in a business, can it not?
I think, well, for OJT, they have to pick up half of the funding.
Right.
So-
So a business can do that as well.
Oh, yeah,
used
we
to-
have done
yeah.
a couple over the
And
years.
that's my question. How many, because if we have a program on the job training, which I know a lot of people that could, be successful in getting a job, and if we're gonna pay half, the business can pay half or the tribe can pay half, and we only have one participant that's in the court, my question is how many are open and how many are available?
Yes.
So,
Funding availability.
So Ashley,
Right.
you're gonna follow up with her?
Yeah,
Okay, I
yes, I will
appreciate it.
follow
Okay.
up. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it's just a tribal
No.
program, yeah. So yes, I will
never
follow up
was,
on that.
Yeah.
Okay, next. So this is our classroom training. This provides short-term skills training in an institutional setting to obtain an industry-recognized license or certification. So this is like a nurse's aid training, heavy equipment operator, CDL, etc. And again, the duration of these trainings can vary. It depends on the class size and what class they're doing. For the last 6 months, we've had 9 participants in that program.
Ashley, if you could pause just a second. Ashley has a question or comment.
Yes.
Sorry, just because this particular one I did get a call about, and I don't know how it works for when they're filling out an application. Is there a cap for how much they can make to participate in the classes?
Yes, I believe it is eligible. There's income guidelines. I would have to get with Brenda on that, but I can follow up with her.
I was just wondering if the income guidelines could be something that is part of the application.
Yes.
Because somebody they didn't qualify, so at that point, they had wasted gas, time, money.
Got it.
Maybe we list the income guidelines on the application so
Yeah.
people don't waste their time.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's not wasting their time either.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
guys consider that moving forward?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll write it down and
Yeah,
get
maybe
with
talk
Steph
to
on
Brenda about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yes. Okay, we can go to the next slide. This is our summer youth employment program. This provides employment opportunities to eligible youth ages 14 to 24 during a 10-week period from June to August. They are placed into job sites for 20 hours a week, roughly, and are usually paid at the tribe's minimum wage. For the last 6 months, we had 29 current participants, or we currently have 29 participants. Next slide. This is our elder employment program. So this is tribally supported and provides part-time employment opportunities for the Sioux Tribe elders. They work a max of 14 hours a week, and for the last 6 months, we only had 8 elder employees. The board recently just approved for us to get 2 more elder employment positions, so that brings us to a total of 10. 2 positions per unit. Next slide. So this just goes over all the data that was in each slide, just shows you how many participants WIOA has been working with. Next slide. All right, going into YEA. So YEA's mission is to build strong, confident Anishinaabe youth with a solid education foundation and values grounded in tradition by providing a balance of academic and cultural teachings. I would like to make a note that culture is at the heart of the youth education and activities program. YEA operates on 3 guiding components, which is culture, academic, and social. All of these blend together, and just because an activity is labeled as one or the other, they all tie together in some way, shape, or form. Next slide. Currently, YEA is staffed by 7 youth service coordinators and 16 student service assistants. We have YEA offices in Sault Ste. Marie, Rudyard, Hessel, Senegnas, Manistee, Escanaba, Munising, and Marquette. Next slide, please. For the last 6 months, YEA has serviced just over 10,000 students and provided over 200 activities. Listed on this slide are just some examples of different events that have happened over the last 6 months. Next slide. And then listed on this slide are some of the different activities that have happened in the various areas. So we have Sault Ste. Marie listed here, Senegnas, Hessel, Rudyard. For this reporting period, January to June, they were pretty much in their after-school programming and then starting their summer programming. So as you can see, those are all listed there. Next slide. This next slide is the same thing. It goes over all the different activities for Manistee, Munising, and Escanaba. And then the next 3 slides are just pictures of students, YEA students at different events. Okay. So for YEA, as most of you know, in January, we were selected as recipients for the 25-26 MyLeap out-of-school time grant with LSA as our subrecipient. We have been working on this since selected, implementing programming, working with all the coordinators, visiting all the sites as much as we possibly can, being as hands-on as we possibly can, developing budgets, attending all the required webinars, trainings, meetings with MyLeap. Over the last couple of months, a lot of school outreach has taken place. In May, the board approved several MOUs with Sioux Area Public Schools, Rudyard Area Public Schools, Bark River Harris Public Schools, and Lachenal Community Schools. All different MOUs, but each helped in a way. We have also met with administrators from Pickford area schools, Manistee area schools, in Escanaba area schools. The plan is to continue to get into as many schools as we possibly can. Next slide, please. So moving on to our adult education GED program, here is a list of the physical class locations. Oh yeah, right here. Here's a list of the physical class locations. So they have locations in Brimley, Cedarville, Kinross, Newberry, Sault Ste. Marie, and St. Agnes. They're all listed there. And then on the next slide, we have, we currently have the online GED classes available to students in Chippewa, Luce, and Mackinac counties. We are working with CCSS on funding solutions so that we can eventually expand this opportunity to our students across the 7-county service area, and then hopefully after that across the state of Michigan. More information on like the online GED classes can be found on that website listed there. The data for the 25-26 academic year was due to us, Sioux Tribe, from CCSS at the end of July. So this data report will be provided in an upcoming education director report to you guys. And then lastly, our last slide is just provides contact information for our team. That's all I have for you guys today. Hopefully I did okay. Sorry,
You did
I'm so
awesome,
stuffy.
Ashley. Nicely done. Questions, comments? Aaron?
I just have a comment. I invoked her name twice today already, but the creation of our YEA happened because we previously had a drug elimination grant and we had Johnson O'Malley, and we were doing things kind of together. And then when they quit funding, the federal government quit funding drug elim, Kathy Abramson came forward with a proposal to create YEA, and she named it herself. And then what we did was we used self-governance, JOM, and then also tribal support. So we have a huge commitment for self-governance funds for YEA. So at different times when we've looked at paring back the budget, people always imagine there's a bunch of money out there to move around, but we 100% depend on self-governance funds to support YEA. Our department's been really good about getting sovereignty and Indian education funding and TED grant funding and all of that. And I also want to recognize Lisa is doing an amazing job in YEA. At different times, we've had ebbs and flows where we either just do all cultural or we do all education, but we don't do both. But we can do both because we have to prepare our kids for the future. So great job, Lisa.
Yeah, I agree. Awesome job, Lisa. Cole?
Yeah, I was a little late about commenting on the workforce and innovation and opportunity. Currently, the company I work for, I don't know what we're up to now, probably at least 20, maybe even 30 tribal members that work for the company. You know, people from Kinchlow, the Sioux, Newberry, Manistee, Escanaba, Rapid River. And we typically try to, get these kids out of the ISD program. And, I meet with the teachers, meet with the kids, figure out how they're doing in school, interview them from there. And then from there, we take them and get them in the union and then put them to work, right? It's a huge opportunity. I like to work with you folks to see how we could take that and work more directly with the tribe. I know we help with ISD a lot every year, and we're going to continue to do that. I think we donate probably $10,000 to $15,000 in tools for the kids every year, power tools, welding helmets, PPE, to help those kids out when they're in the ISD program. But I'd like to, again, work with you on that to see how we can give more opportunity for tribal members.
Okay, thank you, Cole. There'll be an opportunity for that. Lana?
Yeah. I just wanted to mention for the benefit of the membership that's listening, we have YEA is going to host the McCoonts open house for the new youth center in Hessel from 10 to 1 on this Friday coming up. We went from a hole in the wall that we outgrew to about 11,000 square feet fitness center and tribal youth building to house our growing program in Unit 2 there. So the public is welcome. It's something this tribe should celebrate because we waited a very, very long time for it. Aaron already stopped in last week because he had the wrong date. So appreciate yep, what's that? Yeah, so, but anyways, it is Friday at 10 a.m., so it's gonna be a ribbon cutting. I'm sure you guys will bring the ribbon. The drum is gonna be there. We're gonna have a celebration, so I just wanted to put a plug in for that on behalf of the YEA.
Yes, thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, again, Ashley, appreciate everything that you're doing for the tribe. I think you're doing wonderful work within the education department. Lisa behind you, not leaving you out. You're a rock star as well. With that, that completes the agenda today, so let's call it a day and get back together on Monday. All right, see you guys then.